Our guest today is the calm in the chaos and the melody in the middle of the noise. He's the voice and vision behind Quiet Time Piano and Motivation, a space where healing meets harmony and faith gets a really good soundtrack. David Hunte is a gifted musician, inspirational storyteller, and a full-on musical mastermind. Equal parts worship leader, motivator, and tech-savvy creative who actually knows which button to press and why. From soul-settling piano devotionals to honest men of freedom conversations, he creates room for growth, reflection, and real talk. When he's not guiding hearts through worship or helping creators level up their tech, he's proudly leading the charge as an anti-Okra crusader. Because some convictions are spiritual and others are just non-negotiable. Grounded, insightful, and refreshingly human, David reminds us that growth does not have to be loud to be powerful. And sometimes the quiet work is the most transformative of them all. And as a side note, before we came to the Sunday service this week, was it? I think early this week, David also celebrated a milestone. Is the latest? He got very personal, and I called him this. Yeah, so I'm going to like refresh. He's the latest grandfather in the streets. He's a new grandfather in the streets. But don't call him grandpa because it's going to cause drama. He says it's called G-pop. G-pop, let me just say that I can type it, like K-pop, he's going to explain that entire thing. Because apparently he does not want to be called old. So don't call him grandpa, you just type G-pop like this. Let me see that I can put it up as a banner. So he's the latest grandfather. So you call him G-pop, don't call him like grandpa or old man or something like that, otherwise you'll get into problems. So without further ado, David, I may not have done it justice, but please introduce yourself to this beautiful community that you've been part of in the best way you know how. And welcome to the Sunday service.
Wow, thank you so much, Goga. That is amazing. I need to carry you everywhere I go. I was just like, wow, this is me. This is me. Oh yeah, this is me. And it's been really, really an honor and a privilege to be a member of the community, part of the Goga tribe. The what do we call it? Yeah, just part of no, just part of the see, I was gonna leave Okra alone, and we will. So it's no mention of Okra anywhere, right? But no, just seriously, it's just been amazing to have been a part of the community and to share and learn and rejoice with and just weep with those who are weeping and just making the difference one video at a time and one live stream at a time, one comment at a time. That's the most you can do. And so, well, that's the least you can do. And so I'm really appreciative of that time. And my name is David Hunte. I am a content creator, YouTuber, and musician, technologist, and now a husband, father, and now I should have put the and now right here, and now grandpop, G-pop, as I am affectionately known and will be known forevermore. So I'm just grateful to be able to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to really share. I've seen lots of co-hosts come over the years, and some have been great and some have been even greater and some have been the greatest, but I'm just really, really, really honored to be just a small part and just the last one of the year. So that's a really big honor. So I thank you for that. Yeah.
And thank you so much for agreeing to be the final guest of the year, because they always say when you're the one to wrap up the year, you have the unfortunate role of trying to like understand what has been going on throughout the entire year with all the 45 guests we've had at the Sunday service since the year began. And I say this because I think you're one of the people who has also had an opportunity to literally attend all the Sunday services because
Yeah.
of the Okra question, because the Okra question is a very significant part of the Sunday service, and you always have to check it to make sure that what is the answer, what is the guests and the hosts' opinion when it comes to Okra.
I think it's something that unites them
Yeah,
all. But I mean, there's really only two answer, right? It's like you are either for or against, and I think a lot of life is that way. Even the content creator, either
yeah,
you're doing it or you just you're not. And so keeping it that way has been awesome. I just think I found it really interesting to see maybe we can weave that into the story somehow.
yeah.
That's always been something.
Upon now it has even grown and become like a whole segment, and it's amazing how the community always expects this to be asked. It's like when they see on the chat, they're like, oh, here comes the guest. And sometimes when the guests know, like, Okra is going to be, here comes the Okra question that I either have to be politically correct because I'm on Google's face, or yeah.
Man, yeah, you're so right.
I do
Yeah.
appreciate. Elevate, welcome and congratulations on your 1K. I just saw you hit your 1K mark. Thank you so much for popping in. Elevate, me to you. The reason David Ant is going to David Ant was handpicked as the final guest of the year is David Ant exemplifies a lot of things. For me, I love the kind of support at least he cultivates in the community. I love his opinion when it comes to like using the tools you have to be a creator, and you don't even need to like worry about like the more complex stuff because you have to start from somewhere. And he has definitely had the occasion to talk to us about this. That time we had music producers on the live stream on the YouTube space talking to us about the kind of investment that goes into the craft. But David has also had David is one of the people who's also been very open enough to talk and share about his struggles on his channel. There are videos to that effect, healing, overcoming, and also just finding that sense of renewal. As not just as a person, but also as a creator, and all these many hats that he does wear. And that is why we are really honored to have him here just to like wrap up the year that was. David, what has 2025 been like for you? Like, in case you have to summarize 2025 as David, what did that like? What did that like look like for David?
2025 was a really interesting year, and I've come to the realization that in life you go through seasons. And so 2025 was interesting. I midway through the year I lost my job. So I became unemployed. No, it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay. At the time, I was really upset and disappointed, and I had, I think, a little bit of a depression about it. But because of the community around me, I was able to come to the realization that the amount of money that you have doesn't determine who you are, and your bank account is not the definition of who you are, right? And so even though I had this setback, I still was able to make it through. So that was overcoming obstacles was really interesting. 2025 was also the year that I really started talking about the struggles that I had as a man, as a Black married man of faith, and we can get into that a little bit, who still was doing things that a Black married man of faith should not be doing. And we can talk about it in a little bit. I know there are children listening, so we won't get into details necessarily, but we want to make sure that we still are able to speak to that. And because I was challenged, my YouTube coach is like, if you have a story and you have overcome something, your story becomes a starting point for someone else. And so being able to share that story was instrumental, monumental in me, even as I was dealing with the loss of employment, and navigating that street. And so 2025 also saw my son being married, right? So in this space, so you have story of overcoming, employment, a new daughter-in-law, because that's what it is. I have, my family is increased, and now at the end of the year, a grandbaby. So it's been really, really powerful, and I think it's a story of triumph and as we say, grit and determination, but more a journey of faith as well too, that has been really instrumental in coming to this day, the 28th day. We have 3 more days after this.
Absolutely.
29, 30,
Yeah.
31. Yeah, three more days.
3 more days.
3 more days. And so it's been quite a journey, but in spite of it all, I would say that it's been a journey of joy in everything, because that's what has helped me moving through this. And we can talk about it even more, but you just asked me 2025 what it is. I was like, well, yeah, it's a journey of faith, journey of joy, journey of love, and I couldn't ask for more.
Okay. And everybody is coming in on the chat. I've just put up the link up there on top of the chat. For those of you who don't know David, maybe you're seeing David for the first time, feel free to drop it there on the chat. And then Blessed Life Journey saying, that story defines your name, David. That is from Blessed Life Journey.
Yeah.
Simon TV says, sending hugs, brother David. You did well. You did well. You did well. Joe is just like, yeah! She's just excited because of just what you said. There's a very beautiful comment that I think, and I'm sure you get this a lot. The World of Reggae says, you should apply for reading texts for ebooks or Kindle of such. What a great voice. David, there's a time, let me give you some receipts. There's a time I think Diesel was on his live stream, and Diesel was, I don't know, I think just in case he's listening in the background, Diesel was talking about people's voices on YouTube. And it's like, there are people who can actually make you relax on YouTube. David Hunt is one of them. And then, of course, so he was transitioning. It was like, David is on top of my list. And I took note of that. And you have an amazing, but you get this a lot, right?
Sometimes, I've always been fascinated with bass voices.
Yeah.
Like, growing up, I was always the high tenor. If anyone has something to sing and it's high, oh yeah, David can do it. High, high. Hallelujah. They want you up there. I'm always the first tenor. I'm always the second tenor. Always the guy singing high. And even from a little boy, I was always like, all the girls is like, man, you sing higher than me. And, it's really weird growing up. But let's not talk about it. We talk about 2025. Let's keep it real. it was really fascinating for me growing up. I've always been fascinated with the bass. So when my voice changed, that was really good. And over the years, I have sort of kind of been um, really fascinated with like radio guys, and
Mm.
this is WGOGA, you know, the voice of Kenya,
Yeah.
coming to you live. And the Sunday service, welcome. That sort of kind of voice, these radio in the red corner, coming in at 200 pounds. I've always been fascinated with that guy.
Yeah.
So I sort of emulated that vocal cadence. And now I have an interface where I could turn the bass up. So I turned the bass up. That's what it is. I just turn up the bass. And so that gives me a little bit of an edge, I guess. I don't know. But I've just been fascinated with the vocal, with speaking and being able to do that. And when I first started my YouTube channel, I used to say all the time without thinking, because I was thinking about being able to communicate.
Mm.
So one of the things YouTube has helped me, and being live has helped me, is that now I'm able to speak consciously and consistently, cogently, without the ums and ahs being a very prevalent part. So it lends itself then to more clear communication, and that's the important thing, being able to communicate your ideas. Now, if you're still in that stage where ums and ahs are part of your journey, don't let that stop you, because over time you will get the ability to think on the fly as you're creating, and that it comes out. You are also very good at keeping the conscious flow of the conscious stream, your stream of consciousness going as you're communicating, and it shows. And so I want to say thank you to those who have acknowledged that this is something that is useful for them. And so I will continue to make sure that I hone that craft and keep that as part of my arsenal, like a bag of, not necessarily a bag of tricks, but something that is able to help people. Just keep trying to get better at it, and not just rest on your laurels. That's another thing, is like, I know I keep pushing, but I just wanted to just say that, as you learn something, you incorporate it, you come back, you practice, and there's no better way than doing it live, because if you can do it live, then you can do it pre-recorded, and you make your videos become better. Like, I just started doing Amazon videos. That's another thing I started this year, was I became an influencer for Amazon. And so I've started creating videos on products and stuff like that, so that people can purchase them, or if you go to that product on Amazon, my video might be one of the ones that are listed as part of the video, as part of the product. Sorry. Was just something that I'm doing in the background. So World of Ragus, I haven't actually looked into voiceover work necessarily, but it's something that I have had my mind on. And so thank you for reminding me. I'm going to make sure I follow up on that.
And also Joe Delaney is also saying Joe Delaney is already visualizing. Yeah, audiobook. That's a good profession. Like I like how they are like beaming with all these ideas.
Yeah.
Guys, let's make those networks happen. This is the beauty of this. One thing I like about YouTube. It's YouTube is a very rich area when it comes to the networks and the spaces and the opportunities. Yes, make sure you share with David these amazing ideas that you have. Just as a joke, So the world of Ruggles is doing a follow-up to what he asked. So you use the interface, meaning David Hunt in real life you speak or sing falsetto or soprano even. Sorry, I just could not resist.
No, no, no. In real life, this is what I sound like. Maybe a little higher. Maybe if I get excited, then my level rises. But when I calm down, it goes back to. I answer the phone like this. Hello, this is David. How may I help you?
David,
So,
this is how you get ladies on the live stream.
no,
And
no,
they're
no.
not
Well, okay, maybe this is.
because Kanini is like, Hunt is very smart today. People are quiet as if they don't see. Keep winning Hunt, and then the Ruggles is like, can you leave the man alone? He already has enough groupies.
Oh, you guys are too much. We
But good
appreciate.
stuff.
We
I like
appreciate.
that. I like that, and I think it's we'll come to that shortly. The David Hunt story, because you know you gave us a great name, David Hunt. Of course, I think I don't know. Maybe myself and maybe a few other people know that you're originally from Trini. But just to give us at least a backdrop of where David is from, how did he find himself in the States, what was that experience like, the transition and whatnot, just for us to understand that backstory.
Yeah, so I am originally from the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago are a former British colony. So English is the official main language, but we all speak a broken form of it on the street. Kids, just knocking about, whatever. In school, you speak, we call it necessarily the Queen's English. And our spelling, I don't know if that has changed, but our spelling is based on the UK spelling of words. So, for example, so like labor is not Labor, but Labour, right?
Yeah.
So that was a transition for me coming to the States to be like, wait, labor is Labour. How is that wrong? You know what I mean? It's like, what are you talking about? Anyway, so that was a transition. But I think a lot of culture that we get in Trinidad was based on the US culture. A lot of people have FOMO for the US. So as things happen in the US, we incorporated Trinidad as like a mini New York City. All the trends, all the fashion, everything that happens in the States happens in Trinidad. So we're well aware, we follow a lot of American shows. We get cable, so we can get, used to follow, like the Cosby Show and Friends. And, so culturally, I was well aware of what was happening. So I came to the States when I was 23 years old. 23. As an adult, I had gone through high school and I did my 2 years of advanced studies. We call those the A levels. And then I went to state university for a couple of years, and that didn't work out. So I worked in between that time, and then I went back to, at the time, another college in Trinidad, and I did 2 years, and I got an associate's in computers. But I really wanted to study music, and my friend, who was also a musician, was at a school up here in Massachusetts. And so he told them that, look, there are plenty of musicians in Trinidad. And so they came down and did a recruitment drive. And so several others of us came up to this college. And so this happened. It had to be a miracle because on a Thursday, they sent me what is called the I-20 form. It's the immigration form for students from the school. They send it to you in your country. You get a bank statement. You go to the embassy because you have to get a student visa. And the way to get a visa in Trinidad is you have to get there first thing in the morning so that you could even get through the door to get an interview.
Yeah.
And then when you get the interview in the morning, let's say at 9 o'clock, you have to come back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to find out if you made it or if they need more information or what the deal was. Now, for me, school had already started. This is 1994. School school had already started. I'm an old man. I'm G-pop. Come on, man. You gotta G-pop has to have some age on him, right? You know what I mean? Anyways, so
you don't look it.
I don't look it.
No,
I don't
not at
know.
all.
I think it's the bald head. The bald head makes you look younger.
I was going to say something else, but let me keep quiet.
So I got the I-20, which was the application. We filled it out, got the bank statement from the bank. My mom had to show that she had enough cash for me not to just be dependent on the state of Massachusetts when I got here. That I had enough money to pay for all 4 years that I would need to be matriculating or studying for my music program. And so that Monday morning, we had to get there at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I forget how early we actually got there because there was a line. People line up early in the morning. You had to get a good spot. So we got there early. We got in and we got through. And so when we came back at 3, they had, stamped the visa on the passport. And and so that next day, that Tuesday. So from Thursday when I got the application, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there was no guarantee that I would get through. But I did. And so that Tuesday, I got on a plane to Boston. And I came, I had some money with me. I gave that to the school. So really, I had nothing when I was done with that process. And had to work. I worked so many jobs on campus. And so coming to the States, it was really interesting because I had my friend who I knew, but I really didn't know anybody else. I guess the professors that recruited me. And so, my professors and stuff like that. And, but, socially, I was like, I don't know anybody. But as a musician, being able to, I was in the music program and met some other people and made friends real easy. So that was great to do. I wasn't a recluse. And my personality is, engaging and outgoing. So I made friends pretty easily and wanted to be the best version of myself. So was able to get scholarships and work. And the one thing though, that first winter, bro, what? It was a transition because I'm island boy. I was 130 pounds. I don't even know what that is in kg, but I'm skinny as a rail. And there's
Slightly
no
something kilos.
yeah. So it was a challenge for me dealing with the cold, especially in the winter. Um, so two socks, like two pairs of pants and an under and long johns, and just like two sweaters, and it was I looked like the what is that, the Michelin man. you know because it was just there was just no way I was gonna survive if I didn't like really layer up. So that was a transition, but eventually, my I guess my blood thickened and I put on some weight, so I had a little bit of insulation that way. So
I'm
it
trying
was
to
good.
imagine. I'm trying to imagine a skinny David Hunt in 1994, and I'm just like that image. We need pictures, David. You have to like post for us pictures on like your community post.
Oh
Yes,
man, all right. So I'll post some pictures of me, but I had hair back then. There was a time when I had hair. Um and so that was really the transition. So coming from the islands to the states, there's that, and then there's also um understanding the culture. And
Mm,
Massachusetts is really um it was interesting because there were a lot of freedom fighters that worked for slaves' rights. It was one of the is the foundation of the modern American education system was in Massachusetts.
mm,
So you'd find a lot of the really oldest, some of the oldest schools, Harvard University, Boston University, Boston College, and it's a lot. It's a hotbed for education. And so there were a lot of people who were advocates for racial injustice and freedom and stuff like that. And so understanding that culture and that dynamic, even though they do say like Boston is one of the um, culturally strange country cities in the world, but there are still elements that really put that. So understanding that dynamic, racial tensions and stuff like that was interesting. Like, wow, I you don't get a lot of that from like news reports and television at that time. When we didn't have the internet then. It was just like the birth of the internet in 1994. Learning about, I mean, some of you have grown up with the internet as
yeah, some of you guys on the chat, yeah, I was alive. So
she's like, you were alive.
like, I don't think David is addressing me.
No, I am not. I am not. I am not. But I mean, just learning how those things work together and making those transitions. So it was really interesting learning that. I mean, I'm from the island. I'm like, I would have been in New York City, for example, and I'm saying, "Hey guys, hello, good morning." I'm like, "Hey, dude, you
No.
don't do me. You can't do that." But it's like, what? I'm just, oh, okay. So now I don't necessarily do it, but around Christmas time, it's a little bit easier to say, Merry Christmas or how are you? That sort of a thing. So that was a little bit of a strange thing to get used to. Yeah.
What would you say about, because I like that aspect of culture, because Caris Royal was here last week and she said the same thing before she moved to Canada. One of the things she used to struggle with is just greeting people in the streets, and they're wondering like and looking at you like, what is wrong with you? Why are you greeting us?
Yeah.
I I faced the same thing. I think that when I visited London for the first time, and the African in me, we are raised in such a way you have to greet people, you have to be friendly.
Respectful, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you're smiling and greeting people in the streets, and they're giving you a look, and you're like, "What is wrong? What did I do wrong? I'm just trying to be, cordial and stuff." Um, but I mean, 31 years later in the States, David, has it changed? From your experience, knowing what you know now, um, where would you blame this cold reception that you get, in the West, as opposed to some of the warm places that or maybe even the African or maybe the island where you grew up in?
It's fascinating. I think I have maintained my island inner joy. And so I don't let it bother me if I were to say, greet someone on the street and say good morning, and they don't respond. That's not me, bro. That's you. And I think that it's interesting. So because of my employment status, I decided, like, you know what? I'm going to just, for some little extra cash, I'm going to DoorDash. And I actually did Uber Eats as well, too. So I'm in the Uber program, but I'm not driving people. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So I'm predominantly doing the DoorDash thing just for a little bit of cash on the side. And I have found that greeting people, especially in the stores, because their business is dealing with customers, so they're a little bit more open. So I've found my outlet necessarily be like last week, especially, I walked into a store and be like, ho, 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 Mary Dashing, let's get this order, please. And so they're more open to that. They were like, what is this dude? What's the name? And I talk to them, and it opens up a conversation that we're able to have in that moment. And so then now, instead of them just being, here comes the next DoorDasher, they like, if I go back to that store, they remember me as like, oh, that's the dude that walked in here dancing to the music that they're playing on the screen. Let's see those ding 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 ding, like, whoa.
Yeah.
You get back the energy that you put out into the world for the most part. Yes, there may be someone that's gonna be like, what's this dude? You're like, look, man, I'm just trying to bring joy into the world, right?
I love that.
To use what I have, and this is something that I can do, and it will bring a smile to them. So they'll be like, that crazy old man, look at him coming in here trying to DoorDash. Most of the people who are DoorDashing are younger, so they see me coming in and be like, oh, okay. And then, the next time I go back, maybe they put my order in first. So I don't know. I'm just assuming. I don't know. It's based on the order is serviced and the order it's received, right? But I just find that you can't let the society dictate who you are, because who is the society? The people that are in that society. So if enough of us were to say, like, no, we don't need to be cold, we can be engaging and open, you can change the culture. In down south, for example, people are more like, hey honey, how are you, sweetheart? You get that sort of play, like, in Texas and Georgia and Florida and stuff like that. In those places, you find that you get more with sugar than you do with lemons. Well, I guess I don't know. It's like if you put lemons and the sugar together, you get lemonade, and that's good too. But sorry, sometimes I go off on tangents. Like, oh, squirrel. But yeah, so really the energy that you um come into a space with really
Mm,
makes the difference. And as a man of faith, as a man of faith, I found that gratitude, the attitude of gratitude,
mm,
really helps, like with depression, with anxiety, with all of those feelings of like, oh, woe is me, I am undone. No,
mm.
you have all of the tools within you to make a difference in the world. And by doing that, you lift your spirits, and the anxiety is like, wait a minute, what anxiety was I feeling? That is a giving negative space to an giving energy to a negative outcome that is still to be determined. Maybe by applying this positive energy to it, then the negative outcome won't happen. And you get a positive outcome instead because you changed the way you thought about that thing. And we could go down this rabbit hole for a long time, because it's actually one of the things that really helped me as I was feeling, bad about myself and my situation, and woe is me, and I lost my job, and oh, what are we gonna do? You could stay in that space, but it doesn't help. It really didn't help. So now, even coming out and looking at just like even just door dashing, that's been a positive thing for me, and just seeing that, yes, I could use what I have to make a difference, and you
I
can
love
too.
I love that. And Cindy says, amen to that attitude of gratitude, no anxiety whatsoever. And you have read room also saying 100% agreed. Simone says the same thing, that that thing about carrying your own weather. And Caris also agrees that just because just because the culture has always demanded people to be this, David Ant carries his own weather, and that is the weather he brings into the space. And that's how you start making a change from your own little corner. Um, and that now takes us now to the conversation. So you moved to the US in 1994. It's been 31 years. Um, just you explaining the visa process and whatnot. I'm just so shocked how the world has changed, because David, knowing what you know now, immigration, crazy presidents making some roadside declarations and whatnot. The world is so different today. I mean, I'm like shocked. Like, you mean you could go to the American embassy in the morning and you have a result in the afternoon, and
Absolutely.
it's supposed like what?
Yeah, that's what I say is a miracle. There were people who did not get through that day, or either next day or the day after.
Yeah.
It's sometimes some people just get, I don't know, they get blessed. I don't know exactly how it is now, and I think it takes a lot longer. It takes a lot longer, even though when you think about it, most people's lives are online. Everything is digitized. So for the American government to find out, okay, I had a letter from my bank that said this is my statement.
Yeah.
But I assume that they probably called the bank,
Of course.
and verified, the amounts that were listed there. But all it would take now is a click of a button, and all your stuff is there. Every your transaction, your social profile, all of. Listen, don't believe you me, they will find it.
They will.
They will find it.
Social media included.
Social media include, especially the social media.
Especially social media.
That's something that I think is very powerful. So let's talk about that for a minute. Your digital footprint. I think that people don't know. If you were to go to Google and just put in Cindy Siwe, or you put in Kanini Kanene and see what comes up, you may be surprised. Something you said 10 years ago. No, I'm not saying I did not Google Kanini. I did not Google Cindy Siwe.
Cindy is like about to go and like say, David, I don't like your tone. What did you find?
I did not find anything. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. I just say these are. I just love saying these names. They are so beautiful, right? So I'm just imagining now that it's probably easier to find out stuff about people than it was 30 years ago. And at the same time, things take longer. I don't understand why.
I know.
And so in it it's very hard. I know at least one person in my family that is thinking of trying to get visas so that they can come and visit. And but they are in a very good position. They have a very good job, and they make lots of money, so it's not going to be an issue for them to get through. But it's just the pressure right now. There is also tensions between the U.S. government and countries that are very close to Trinidad. So much so that there are vehicles, boats of great power that can inflict changes in infrastructure very rapidly close by to our country. And so it's very nerve-wracking for a lot of people. So I understand that tension, and I'm really grateful that I was able to get through relatively easy, even unscathed, I guess you could say, from trauma in that regard. And I would encourage people to just continue to, if you're in that position and you're trying to get through, keep trying. But it's not all a bed of roses. So, I've come and I understand. If you understand the power of work, if you understand the ethic of if you understand not the ethic, you understand the power of a good work ethic. There's really nothing that you'll thrive anywhere you are, right? But here, especially in the States, there are opportunities that you can get to. But I say even where you are, in South Africa, in the UK, in Kenya, in Ghana, in Nigeria, no matter where you are, in Germany, Sweden, Switzerland, Australia, no matter where you are, there are challenges that people face. And people get the great opportunity to meet those challenges with that same attitude of gratitude and a good work ethic. Golden.
I remember the first time I ever heard of Trinidad. You're the singer here. That song, that popular song.
Feeling hot.
The island of Trinidad. The Calypso. The
Yes,
popular
Calypso.
Calypso. So that's how I got to like, wait a minute, where is this place? Like, it sounds like it sounds like it's like a vibe. It's like a happy place. It's like
Yeah,
Um,
Trinidadians have that as a better. We like a good time, good
yes.
vibes. That's why Momo is like good vibes K. Like Momo's the queen of vibes. She's amazing. I just love she I think she was secretly Trinidadian, but she was born in Uganda. So she's from Uganda. I think it's Uganda.
Yes, Uganda.
Uganda, right? But she has that same Trini vibe with her. And so we call that sort of thing, we call it liming. Right? When you
Lime.
get lime, you're gonna have a good lime. Um, even though my mom used to say liming leads to a sour life.
I
That
like
was the saying my mom had. She's like, "Oh, you want a lime? Go ahead, lime. Liming leads to a sour life." But anyway, I don't believe I've had a sour life. So I'm just getting together, good vibes, love to laugh and just carry on and it's like Hakuna Matata. That's a wonderful phrase. And we've sort of kind of incorporated that. We just didn't have the words for it, It's like no worries. All right. So but we have that kind of Trinis are really easygoing kind of people that we just love a good vibe.
There's a question on the chat, and Classic is laughing because she's from Guyana, and I think she's relating with this liming business.
Yeah.
Karis is saying, can we hear a bit of the Trini accent just to be sure?
Just to be sure.
Just to be sure.
Oh man, I assimilated to Trinidad from Trinidad very easy because as a singer, when we sing American music, we tend to give it a American kind of vibe, right? So when we
I've never had it like this.
Nah, man. When we can we have a bit of the Trini accent just to be sure? Yeah, man. We could do that. That ain't no problem. That ain't no problem. Not at all.
Maybe
So
you should be speaking like this in your live streams.
I should speak like this in my live stream. It's like there's the Trini accent. No, that is it. That it is Caris Royal. Yeah, I have to hear my brothers in my head. I hear my brothers in my head, so that's really easy to it when I'm talking to them. It come out no problem.
Totally, like instantly.
Yeah, just flip. Just flip. It's like Jamaicans do this too. I mean, I guess it's everybody, right?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Even me, like when I'm speaking, when I switch to Swahili, it just becomes a whole thing, and you will be like, "Goga, what language is that you're speaking?" Yeah. So I think, yeah, you're right. So that did you ever get to go? Did you ever get to go back home? Over the years, and even as you're starting your own family, because you did settle in eventually in the States. You got your family there. Did you get to go back home? Have they visited home, and what was their experience? When it comes to.
Yeah. So my brothers and my mom visited more because it was just them. If I were to travel with the whole family, it was a little bit more expensive to go back. And I didn't want to just.
Your fellow Trinidadian is on the chat, by the way. And
yeah, Trini in Finland. Yeah, man.
This is screaming Okra chants.
Oh man, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Trinity the bone.
Oh, I think this is I think even Miss TikTok was making fun of Trini. It's like, Trini, if David Hunt is from Trinidad, because I think she was like, I never knew that David Hunt is from Trinidad until today. So I think Miss TikTok is busy harassing Trini on the live stream, like,
Yeah.
I've never heard you speak like this.
No, I think it's I love imitating accents. I think I always did.
Yeah.
So I can imitate someone from India. It is not a problem for me to at all to get the Indian accent. Someone from China, I can imitate their accent speaking English. But accents were always something that I fascinated by, and as a singer, I emulated the modulation of the voice. That's basically it. And so just hearing different accents. I used to imitate Jamaicans. I would imitate. So the college that I was at in Trinidad had people from all over the Caribbean as well as the UK and America. So they would all come to that college. I mean, they go to other colleges all over the world, but we had a really was like a melting pot for the Caribbean especially. So Bajans, I heard Bajans, I like flying fish and cuckoo.
Simon says you should do my accent.
What accent is that?
Like Goga's accent.
Goga's accent? I have to think about it for a little bit. I could say, yo, what? What's that?
I've heard you do my accent several times on your live stream. When you're addressing me, you normally switch to my accent.
Goga, how you doing today? I don't think I have the African accent. Well, there are several accents in Africa speaking English. I love the South African accents, but I haven't really perfected it.
Yeah.
I needed to listen to it a little bit more.
Nigerian is very easy, right? The Nigerian one, you got it on the spot.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. I am here.
Classic is asking, can you do the Guyanese accent?
I don't think I can do Guyanese. I've lost the ability to differentiate because I've been spending more time with Jamaicans over the years.
Okay.
They're the ones that I see a lot more of. In fact, I used to sing in a group. Yeah, so when I was in college here in the US, the group that I joined had 5 Jamaicans and I was the only Trini. So over time, we from a yard. So so I've picked up a lot more of the Jamaican accent and I've lost the ability to differentiate. The Bajan accent, I know Antigua is very close to Jamaica. But they're about the only ones, and of course Trini accent. So I've lost the ability to differentiate the Guyanese. It's like, oh yeah, he Guyanese, or he, I could pick up a Bajan a mile away. someone from Barbados, and of course Antigua and Jamaica. Those are the 3 that I have sort of kind of retained. So classic, I apologize, I cannot with good clarity reproduce the Guyanese accent. That's not gonna happen today. I'd have to hear a bunch of it's close to Trini. It's close to Trini, but I will end up sounding Trini if I try to emulate it. It's not gonna work. I apologize.
So you are at the place where you said it was easier for your brothers and mom to visit.
Right. Yeah, and so we've only been back twice. My son has been once, and my daughter has been twice. Um, so I've really only been back twice. The first time was when my father passed away, which was, like, I don't know, like 28 years ago.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it's been a long time for my father
That
passing.
was shortly after you.
Yeah,
Shortly after you.
shortly after I came up. Well, it may be shorter than that. Hold on, let me look at it. Maybe 25 years ago.
Oh, okay, so just before.
24 years ago. 24 years ago, to be exact. So it was 2001. So if you were to subtract those years, shortly after September 11th. So traveling. So my daughter would have been just like 2 or 3 years old. She would have been. She would have been turning 3. Yeah. So she remembers being on the island, but not really. And so then we went back in like 2017, I think was the last time we were back. And that was we were there for like 2 weeks. So we were able to really go all over the island, see a lot of the sites. And, it was just like a graduation. My daughter had just graduated high school. My son was in 8th grade. And so that experience, they remember a lot more
Oh,
about
nice.
than the previous time that I had been back. I just really wanted to go back, but I couldn't just go by myself. It's
Can
like
you imagine? Yeah.
my wife was like, "You ain't going to Trinidad without me?" No. So we really had to plan that and make that work. So.
Nice.
But then my brothers would come up more often, so we got to see them. My kids know who they are and know their kids and stuff like that.
Man at Trini. Man at Trini. I like that. And your kids, it's a very, being a dad and just having that multicultural, set of parents. In terms of like some of the values, like let's say from the beautiful island of Trinidad, what are some of the things they appreciate? Because dad is from Trini, of course, mom is from the States. But when it comes now to that aspect of, there's a part of us that belongs, to that beautiful island. What are some of those things that, as a dad, at least you try to, inculcate in terms of at least the value system that may not necessarily have been available in the States?
Yeah, so one of the things that we did, my daughter especially, she loves Trini food because she loves spicy food. So
does your daughter take okra? Just asking.
No one in my family.
I like the silence.
Eats.
I like silence. That was enough. Like you have to think about it and you're like, huh.
He's like, no one in my family eats okra, goga.
Maybe it's because they've not.
We are
maybe it's because
strong.
But you said your daughter is pro Trini food. Bless that girl. So maybe just because you don't serve it, but she will not have a problem with it. So you cannot speak on behalf.
She's like, no one is like, nobody eats. She has said to me, he's like when I was doing my experiments with okra water, it's like, Daddy, why? It's like, Daddy, why are you doing this? Why, Daddy? He's like, nobody. He's like, you're wasting money. You're not gonna enjoy it. You know you're not gonna enjoy. Why are you like this? It's like, I have to prove to Goga that I tried the best I knew. It's like, even with the okra chips, it's like, What are you doing? You know you're not gonna eat that. Why are you buying it?
At least your father-in-law eats the okra because you kept
He
on saying
does.
that you have to hide the okra because your father-in-law is going to eat it. So I'll
Yeah.
take it.
Well, he doesn't like to see food waste. So even if he doesn't like it, he's
Still. Oh, goodness me. That's
oh
funny.
man. So a lot of the culture, especially my daughter, she studied history in college. And
Mm.
so really one of the things she would ask me was like, hey, do you know about the slave trade? And not
Oh, wow.
necessarily slave trade, but like piracy in the islands.
Mm.
You know, Blackbeard, and stuff. You hear all of these, like Pirates of the Caribbean, that movie from Disney. I believe
Yeah.
it's Disney.
Mm.
Um, a lot of that stuff was based on reality. Pirates really thrived in the Caribbean. Yes, they did stuff in, across the Atlantic, and into, European waters and stuff like that. But the real stories of pirates that you hear about, and you read in the history books, really happened, between the islands of like Jamaica and Trinidad and a bunch of the other islands along the way. And so she really dug into it during her historical studies in college. And even so, now she has, playlists of, um, Trinity music. And I really didn't play a lot of it while they were growing up. But
Mm.
now as an adult, she has come to really value that. And we've had extensive discussion about, Trini culture and how it relates to American culture, and the similarities and differences between different islands and how they relate to it. Like Barbados had one of the craziest um, histories with slavery. In fact, a lot of the slavery practices that happened in the other islands happened because of what happened in Barbados. And being able to articulate that is very, very, very beautiful for me to see her really digging into it.
Mm.
My son more in the music side because he plays. My daughter plays piano. She can play the piano, but she doesn't do it in public. My son, on the other hand, he plays the drums and he plays the bass, and so being able to get into it, get into the music has been helpful. And so there was one song that I think was really powerful for us to hear, and my daughter says it all the time. She's like, there's a song that says, drink water and mind your business. That's just like, drink water and mind your business. And no, those rhythms really help to drive a lot of modern pop music as well, have their roots in especially in the States, in gospel and country rhythm and blues and getting those vibes. But those vibes really came from the slaves response to, they held on to a lot of those rhythms, and they show up now in popular music. And so we see a resurgence of
Mm.
not just uh, the pop music, and but even like reggae and the African diaspora across the world really having an impact on the music scene. And it's just a powerful testament. So I really appreciated being able to share that, steel drum. The steel drum is the only instrument that was invented in the 21st, in the 20th century, sorry, 20th century, in the 1900s. And so for people that was able to take a piece of metal, and I don't know who was the first person to say, hey, if we were to take fire and heat this up, we could actually make music out of it. It's like, who does that? You know, I guess I was just like, wait, we could take a steel drum and make a musical instrument out of it. It's a very fascinating process to learn and get through. So we've talked about that over time. And when I got my steel drum, there was a professor from the college that I went to here in the US that was leaving, and she had been to Trinidad at the same college that I went to. She knew my father. It was really fascinating circle to come back to. And she said, yeah, she had known my father. She's like, oh yeah, I remember. Joseph was my father's name. And she had gone to Trinidad afterwards when she was an adult, because she kind of grew up on the island, went to high school, and then came back to the States because they were American. And she went to Trinidad, and one day she saw a guy with a steel drum and asked him how much he would pay, and she ended up buying it for like $100 or whatever. I forget how much she paid for it. And she was leaving when she was retiring. She had it. She never really learned how to play it. It was just sitting there. And so, she said, "You want it?" I was like, "Do I?" It's like, so it's sitting. I have to set it up, and I know you've asked me about it. So, but learning to play the steel drum was really a fascinating exercise, and my kids don't know how to play it. So that's my daughter actually asked me about that Friday night. She's like, "Hey, when is what's your next musical adventure?" So I'm like, you should really get into that. And so I have to set it up, because it's not like a flute, right? It's just it's a whole process to really set up. You have to set the stand and hook it up and make sure it lines up properly and get it. But I'll get it in here. And I was thinking of actually setting it up for today, but I didn't get time.
Yeah. No worries. I know I'll still push you, because we need to see it next year. The transition from tech, because you land in the States, and it's very clear that you're here to study tech and figure out the ins. It's 94, so I'm sure the industry is also like it's really fledgling, because I think a lot of innovations are not really picked up as much as they're doing today. What was the transition into music? In technical terms, like how did you find that transition into like music, and just get that passion in terms of like even just getting deep into it? Or was it something that you, in the course of you being in college, you decided to exploit?
Well, for me, when I left Trinidad, I had an Associates of Science degree in computer information systems.
Yeah.
So it wasn't computer science necessarily, which involved a lot more mathematics.
Yeah.
I was determined to keep away from the maths. Even though I could do the maths, it wasn't something that really fascinated or drove me, but computers did. And so you take your computer organization course. But it was more a business focused degree. So we had to do like accounting and stuff like that, which was really helpful in my previous job, there was a huge component that had to do with accounting and accounting systems, um, as well as hosting the servers that ran those accounting systems. But so I had an associate's in computers, and I was getting also a bachelor's in computer information systems.
Oh,
It really lined itself up. Plus, I was a double major with music, a Bachelor of Arts in music, and a Bachelor of Science in computer information systems. So I was recruited on a music scholarship now.
okay.
So all of the scholarships, because the computer department didn't have scholarships, but the music department did.
Oh, nice.
So I was able to get scholarships for the music, and of course I'm doing the computers as well. And so the issue for me is that I never finished the music degree. So I do not have a Bachelor of Arts in music. I mean, I guess I could claim a minor in music,
Yeah, consider it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had way more than enough credits for a minor. Yeah, I just didn't. I mean, I think one of the reasons why because it was more classically based. So,
okay.
You do the classics and opera and all of that stuff, but I wasn't really.
David, you're not going to like perform for us, opera, sing for us in a tuxedo in some huge auditorium somewhere in Vienna.
Goga. No, we're not going to do it. We are not. Stop it. Vittoria, 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 mio cuore, non lagrima più. No, stop it.
This will be David. You'll be famous, and you're a black man because you just see why.
Oh my gosh.
You're a black man. First of all, you become a minority in the industry.
Sure, Goga. Thank you.
Affirmative action.
Listen, man. At the stroke of a pen, there was a president that outlawed all of that stuff. Okay. So then, where would I be left? You know what I mean?
Oh my god, that is so funny. Anyhow, yeah, and guys, feel free to drop any questions you may have for David. Feel free to drop them on the chat and stuff. David, you're also very strong when it comes to your faith, and faith is one of the things that shines through your content and the kind of community that you curate. Is faith something that that you grew up in, or is something that you discovered in the course of living and stuff? And why is it a very pivotal anchor for you, because you always go back to it?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, Goga. This is why you are the president. You do those really nice questions that help people. It's fascinating for me. I have always had a faith background. What I mean by that is, like, my father was a pastor.
Oh.
And my mom was a teacher at for the same denomination that my dad worked for. In fact, they met in Tobago when my father was pastoring over there, and met my mom. She was teaching in the high school. She was a language teacher, so she did. It is my fascination with languages as well too, and Americani. I really have always been in church. We
Oh,
grew up. Yeah, we grew up in uh, Christian household. We would have devotions every morning as a family, and I think I'm really grateful for my parents in that regard. They instilled the knowledge of God and Scripture. We learned a lot of Scripture as a child, and so that helped me in school. Learning things was and memorizing was learned at a very early age.
mm,
And music also played a huge part. And so we were a singing family, and the musical side of the family. My mom could sing, like, you know, she could carry a tune and pretty much stay on key. But my father was really the one who had an extra gene for music, as it were. And so we all learned music in the home, so to speak. We sang together as a quartet. So
oh,
I have three older brothers. So I'm the youngest.
oh,
So
wow. Okay.
yeah, so I didn't mention that early. Somehow, hey, by the way, yeah, I have three brothers, and I'm the youngest. And I'm the only one that left the island to study abroad.
Yeah.
Even though one of my brothers also um, left to work. He worked in New York for several years. Um, but that's another story. We could talk about another time. But so growing up, we had we learned a lot of scripture. We studied the Bible together as a family, and we discussed things and stuff like that. And so faith has always been a very, very strong component to it. I went to church school pretty much all the way, and it was a church university. So the same denomination that my father went to as a pastor, that same college was the college that I ended up at, where I got my associates. And so it was really fascinating for me as an adult living away from home at a university. And the university I came to was also in the same sort of kind of faith tradition. So there was that continuity. So I guess I'm blessed to being able to have that as a framework growing up. Really helped me to define, my North Star, who God was, and really making that transition. But for a lot of people, the essence of faith and of the Spirit and making those transitions in life really has more of a, I want to say, how do I say this? Has more of a work based. Is like, if you do good, you're gonna get to the happy place. If you don't do good, you're gonna get to the warm spot. You know what I mean? The hot place where people poke you with forks and turn you over every 500 years. Sorry, I don't know how that designation came into my mind, but it's really been a transition in the last few years where I've fully come to understand that the God that we serve, the one who gives life, is not out to get us. He's not looking to wrap you up and throw you into the dark place. He's really fascinated with who you are as a person. And being able to express the love he has for you really helped me, or the love he has for me really helped me to see myself for who I was, as a valued child of God, not someone who had to strive to become, but because I was loved, my faith and my essence of being was already determined because he loved me. It's like I was looking at my granddaughter this week, and there was nothing that this child could give me in terms of anything. I loved her just for who she was. As I held her in my arms and I looked at her, the love that I felt for her reminded me of the love my Father has for me. So there's nothing that I could do that would stop him from loving me. It's like, Goga, I appreciate you, man. There's nothing you could tell me off and say, like, you know what, David, I'm erasing this video, and it's like, but there's nothing that's going to stop me from treating you as a brother and loving you for who you are. You are amazing. Just by being, you are amazing. And it's the same way that I have come to see how God sees me. So my faith was even strengthened further so that I didn't have to strive to do. And it's what helped me become free from the chains that entangled me. Even growing up in the church, you know, people have struggles. You know, there's a text that I think it's in John. There are 3 things that people struggle with: the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. If you were to analyze any of the biblical sins that people did, you know, you look at King David and Bathsheba, you look at Adam and Eve in the garden. We all know what fruit Eve tried to give Adam. And it's only, look, we're not going to talk about that fruit right now, but it's just like, David, leave my food alone. But when you think about it, at the heart of it all is an identity crisis. And so understanding who God is to me has really helped me see myself in a new light, and it strengthened my faith. So yeah, just growing up, I thank God for the ability to be able to be in a family that respected God in that way. And I never received punishment from my father. Never.
Oh, wow.
Not that I was necessarily a good kid, but my dad never really laid a hand on me. You know, it's like, oh, well, I respected my dad so much that all he had to do was this, like, hey, you know, it's just like, oh.
But David, you are technically his last born, so he was biased.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm sure your oldest brother bore the brunt of.
You would be correct, sir. You would be correct.
I've really gone through it.
Yeah, they got it. So by the time I came along, they had mellowed out.
Yeah.
My mom, on the other hand, she had to correct me several times. As a teacher. Yeah. So that's the essence of the faith journey that I've been through. And I'm even more encouraged today to let people know, it's like, look, you train up a child in the way they will go when they get older.
They will not depart.
They won't depart. They won't depart. And I'm grateful for that. And even if you do depart from it, still
you
know
know
that,
there's a way.
yeah,
Let's have to remember there's a way, there's a right way that you need to come back to.
absolutely.
As a father, as a dad, raising your own kids, is this something that you've always also emphasized? As a being the head of your family, is faith something that you emphasize on the family setup?
Absolutely. And now though, with the way we moved in here in the States, it was more, well, let's put it this way. I did not continue that tradition as strongly as my parents did.
Okay.
So so because I was constantly this year, so here's the thing. I was constantly working. My wife did not work until the kids were well into, I think she started working in, my son was in 2nd grade. Right. And so we didn't have the traditional way that my parents did it. We got up at the crack of dawn. It was like 4:30 in the morning. It was, we we had to be out of the house by 6 o'clock. If you left at 6:01, you spent an extra half an hour getting to, you had to be 6 o'clock, because of traffic on the highway. And it's even worse now in Trinidad. It's like, what are all these people doing with cars? Yo, stop it. Stop it. No, just kidding. If they can afford a car and they can buy one, they buy one. That's not me to say, but it's just, there's too much traffic on the road in Trinidad. It's ridiculous. My brothers and I were talking about it. And that's another story.
All right.
So, but we would be in the car and taking the kids to school, and it was a way for me to instill in them. So there was still the memory texts and stuff like that, but we listened to music, gospel music, in the car on the way to school. And so that was our way of really getting into them. And then, we went to church every week as a family, without fail, pretty much.
Pastor's kid.
Yeah. You went to church every week. That was non-negotiable. And it's even now, to this day, something that I value, the getting together in community with people. And I think it's one of the reasons why I love the Sunday service, because even though, yes, we may not be talking about faith or even, that way, just the community as being together as a community,
yes,
to me is worship, even if you're not speaking about spiritual things. You follow what I'm saying? So
100%.
I really do appreciate and value this space because of that, because of what you have been able to curate. World of Ragas, Windstone Chronicles, Red's Room, Cindy Seaway, Kanini Kanene, Rebecca LaPrince, Helena Koya. These, just hear me rattling off names of people that I have never met in real life.
Good Vibes K.
Good Vibes K. Trini in Finland. Okay, now you got me.
No, no, no,
Just because
because I know she has a very urgent question. She's like harassing me to ask you, so I'm telling her relax.
I
We are,
have
we are,
I have not been looking at the chat in the last few
don't
few
worry,
minutes.
I've already put a star on it, so I'm going to ask you at some point. She's
Okay.
like, okay, make sure David answers my question, okay? I'm listening.
Right. So being able to talk to people, and because these are people that have, some of them have been on as co-host and some have not, and so, but still we're able to have a conversation because they have shared their story. I know them, I see them, and I acknowledge them, and that's the beauty of community. And I think it was one of the things that I've garnered from going to church every week and being in community in that way, and having that experience has allowed me to be able to say, I like what Goga's doing. I see what he has accomplished, and it's a beautiful thing to behold. And I am forever grateful to be a small part of it.
Thank you, David. Getting into some deep questions here. And it's because you just talked about it, because you made reference to the Bible, and you talked about some struggles, and many people are always fighting some very private battles that we may not really know about, especially on this, not just on this platform, but even just personally. But we appear very well put together, and on the outside, I always tell people looks can be very deceiving.
Of course.
Yeah. You're a man of faith, and you're fighting your own private battles, and sometimes it's very difficult to reconcile your faith, especially when you're going through something very deep and very personal. How do you reconcile these two things? So faith, personal struggle, without falling into the trap of shame. And I know you've talked about this in one of your videos. Because on one hand, like I like what Simone and Cindy Siwe were saying on the chat, pastor's kid, I'm going through this battle and addiction. I have to talk about it. That was really bold of you, by the way, just bringing up this on the channel. But also, there's also that aspect of shame. Like, what will people think about me? Sometimes I also look at it this way, like, I am Goga. The other day I was almost breaking down on the live stream, telling people that I think I was depressed for the first 3 months of the year. And it was a very heartfelt moment. I just realized it, and I'm already speaking about it. And sometimes you're like, why am I telling you guys this? I'm supposed to be the beacon of strength. Like, I can never be weak. I'm the president.
Mm-hmm.
Because then people see a side of you that they're like, oh wow, you go through these kind of things and as well. And I did not know that we are human at the end of the day. How do you reconcile our faith, especially with some of the private fights and wars that we are going through as individuals? And sometimes, even as you answer this, you can also just bring it up even with the aspect of the content creators. Sometimes we mask a lot of things as creators, yet it's a battle that we are going through, and maybe sometimes it always goes back to shame.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's like, how do you reconcile the shame cycle? And I think, man, it's the shame cycle keeps you stuck. And I think for me, that's what really kept me stuck. Is like, yeah, I can't talk about this with the next guy, because then what will they think about me? Well, for me, it was it was simple as one of the guy explained to me. He's like, well, I don't feel the shame of what I did anymore because one, I'm no longer doing that thing.
Mhm.
So, and that's not me anymore. So that was really, you're talking about a dead man, because it was the other guy that was doing the thing and constantly in shame and making the connection to the fact that by faith in Christ, I am dead to and free from sin. So there is a text, I think it's like Romans chapter 6 and verse 11, that really identifies as like, while I was yet doing the thing, Christ died for me. So for me, he paid the price. He did all the things, and yet he still loved me for me. So I don't have to go back to that to find validation. I am already free because I have received him into my heart. So by receiving him into my heart, I have been given the grace to say that is no longer who I am. So by living a life of grace, empowered grace, I find that I can talk about that guy, as like when someone dies, you have a eulogy. And they say, well, this person used to do this person used to do that. They were a good man, or they were not a good man. If you tell the truth, right? You keep it even though most funerals, people talk about the good stuff that this person did and not the bad, regardless.
Speak
But
ill
I'm
of the
saying, yeah, you don't speak ill of the dead, right? So, but in this instance, I don't have that same shame anymore because that's not me. Right? Is not, yes, it was something that I did. And, maybe as someone who doesn't understand the forgiveness that you receive, is like, Lord, I don't want to do that no more. Forgive me. Yes, you forgive me. Okay, bet. Let's keep it a stack. It's like, I'm not doing the thing anymore, so I don't have to feel ashamed of doing the thing, because that is not who I am. It is not who I am. So I can now talk to other people, other men, especially in the situation that I was in, and be like, hey, you don't have to feel that shame and feel that fear and feel all of the feels. In fact, because we're not dictated by our feelings. It's like, yeah, you feel sad or you feel angry in a moment. It's like you acknowledge it and say, okay, well, that's not who I am. And you move on. It's really, it may sound callous. It may sound to someone be like, really? That's all it is? It's really simple. Jesus loves you. You don't have to do the thing anymore. I will refer you to the story in the Bible where there was a woman who was caught in the act with a guy. If she's caught in the act, there's a guy there. We don't talk about him. We probably should, but we don't. But that's aside. I just wanted to mention that in the stories, like there was a dude there. Regardless, but she was caught in the act, brought before Jesus, and they say, okay, what do you say? He's like, nothing. He started writing. And they started dropping the stones, all the guys who wanted to stone her. She said, she should be stoned. What do you say? He's like, I don't condemn her. I don't condemn you because I have already forgiven her. And the last thing he said to her was, stop doing it. Go and sin no more. Don't do it. And so that is the thing. There is no condemnation to those who walk not after the flesh, but after the spirit. For the person who walks after the spirit is free from the condemnation of the law of sin and death. Meaning, what that means in a nutshell is that as you set your mind, set your thoughts on the things that bring life, the things that bring death and shame and condemnation are done away. That's it in a nutshell. We could spend hours really going into the detail of why, but it's not really, we don't have enough time to really get into it. But that's my firm conviction. And so making a statement about what I used to do doesn't bring me the shame and it's the shame that keeps your mouth closed and be like, I don't want to talk about this. Because people are going to think I'm X or Y. And it's like, no, well, fam, it's not me no more. So I could talk about it. And I believe that one of the things that really helped me is like my mentor said to me, my coach, he's like, maybe this is talking about this will help somebody else. And that is the essence of it. I'm not doing it to pat myself on the back and be like, look at me, I'm no longer this thing. No, that's not the reason. The reason I talk about it, the reason people make content, you said to bring it into content. The number one reason people make content is to make a difference, to have an impact, to share something that can help someone else. Like I've used content to fix my dryer in my house because the belt broke and I didn't know how to fix it. So I went on YouTube, looked up, oh, if you have the Westinghouse, you can just turn it to the side, look at these screws, pull them out, put it together, take the belt off, put the new one on, tighten it up, put it back together, turn it up, set it up straight, turn it on, make sure it works. You know, and they do that in a 10-minute video. You watch the video, that video has millions of views on it because it's helped millions of people figure out how to change the belt in there. Or how do you do a raid? Here's how. Click on the edit video, go to customization, look for the redirect, click add, look at all the videos that are available to, search for the person's name you want. Oh, look, yeah, Good Vibes K is live. Let's go to her house. Click enter, click save. Go back to the video. You gotta save it. Are you saved? Ooh, that's another. Anyway, sorry. I go off on tangents in my own mind. I'm like, oh, they'll get the reference. No, they won't. But how to raid, or how do you do a thumbnail or get something, or here's a Canva tutorial or something like that. Just creating content is a way to help people. So if you have a story, if you have a circumstance, if there is something you have overcome, you need to steward your story in such a way that you make the difference in someone's life. As I was looking and getting ready for the video, I'm getting ready for the live stream today. Before I left for church, I was looking and doing some research, and I came across a video, and the guy was talking about metrics, and someone had mentioned, how do you get your threshold? And I think the one way, and I could marry these two together, is that you make videos, do live streams that help people. You get a niche. If you're in banking, You can do finance videos. You could do, how to set up a budget for, a median income household, or how to shop for in this. The economy is, especially here in the US, is the food prices have gone through the roof. Where you could take $100 and feed your family for a week, now it's taking $250, and or $300 or $400, just to have enough food for the whole family for the week. And so, you could, okay, how do you budget? All right, now let's go to the supermarket, and you get this, you get that, you get the other. How do you cook? Lord, I'm not going to say this, Lord Jesus. Lord, help me. How do you cook okra stew? Oh, Lord. Why am I even saying this on the live stream? Listen.
And I like how people called you out on it even before you said it. The title was like, how to cook okra. Ayman is like, yeah, you can also learn a lot about okra and its healthy benefits on it. Like, they went there.
Oh man, so how to make okra pizza. This is something. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't believe I've seen okra pizza there yet. But
I'm going to make
just
pizza. Yeah.
The content piece is to make content or steward your story in such a way that you're able to share and make a difference that way. You hear me talk all the time about using my hands, using my voice, using my heart to make life better, to make a difference, to be the reason someone smiles, to make that content that cause someone to say, you're right. This is something that we can talk about. I'm talking about now. Well, I'm going to leave it that way. But that's the essence for me to say and do something that helps somebody else. It's the basic of the algorithm. Algorithm will reward you when you provide content that helps people in a positive way, and they'll share it. How many times you get this meme on Instagram or TikTok could be like, yo, this is the funniest thing ever, because wow, you were having a bad day, and so that made you laugh, and so you shared it with your friend, or you put it on the community post. Let's say, oh, check this out. This helped me today, so it'll help you.
All right.
Rub all banks.
Let me a few comments just to react in that. I think there was a lot of very beautiful comments coming from that conversation. Let me start with the easier one, which is by Good Vibes K. My question to Mr. David is, are you going to be incorporating okra in the coming year, being that its components and build up work well for the male spacious beneficial antioxidants? Good Vibes K. Even me, I can't even believe what I'm reading. Good Vibes K was necessary. It's
Oh my goodness! Listen
it's
to
how
me.
to type the entire thing.
Listen, I will say that I haven't really thought of adding okra as a component, but I believe that I can do it, and I think it'll be more in terms of musical content instead of necessarily a health segment, because I believe that the blessing of God, look at me, I'm G-pop. I did not need okra to be able to reach that status.
David, can you answer? Thank you for answering the question. Good Vibes K, I think we can move. We are not getting. It's not going to be. We are not getting there. Good Vibes K. It's just going to be lost clearly. Right. Simone says, I had to stop worrying about what people think after I realized that everyone is capable of matching up to your energy or even your polite gestures. They just don't have it in them.
Yeah,
So
facts.
yeah, Nino and Lo, I know they're busy in their kitchen. Then they're like, "Did I miss the okra question yet?"
No, it
It's
has not
Lo.
been asked.
This is now low. This is now low because Nino came earlier on the live stream when we were helping Daniel Pro get tonight. This couple always makes me laugh. Um, then Simone says, I believe that we are all going through something. I have gone through something at some point, or I've gone through something at some point in our lives that is difficult to express or explain. But I thank God that's when we
Yeah,
find that.
that
That's when we
piece. Yes.
within ourselves to overcome by the power of the Holy Ghost. We walk with our heads held high, knowing that we are proud of where we got to, considering where we are
Where we
coming from.
came from. Absolutely. And I think that's really the heart of it. Sometimes acknowledging the journey might be hard because we fear judgment and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, those people are not in your house. They're not eating your food. You know what I mean? And so if you take the time to worry about and give, as I mentioned earlier, giving energy to the negativity and the negative outcome that may not even happen, you find that it's a waste, and so you will be stressed for nothing. Let's say you were stressing of this negative outcome and you had a positive outcome. Even if you didn't put any energy into it, you had a positive outcome. Be like, oh, why was I even worried about this? Because the worrying and the anxiety doesn't change. I want to challenge anybody. When has worrying made a difference? Just because you're worrying about something or anxious about it, or maybe it's not necessarily shame that we're talking about in this moment, but worry and anxiety has made no change in the outcome. That's not what makes change. What makes change is working towards it and acknowledging, okay, maybe I did this thing wrong. Let's try this way this time. So, positive outcome. Bet. We're going to keep going in that direction. Ooh, mercy. I remember when you were talking to, the young man who was dealing with, recently in the last few weeks. It was a very heavy conversation. I forget his name. Oh my God.
This must have been, you mean like at the Sunday service or on
At the Sunday service. Might have been 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. Oh, shoot.
I'm trying to get it. What was the context of the conversation?
No, it's just that he was dealing with a lot, right? But finding it became part of his content. It's part of his journey through
It must be talking about SMS, Surviving Men series.
Yes, that's the one. I was just really blessed by that because you find, like, I started creating content. We was doing the music thing and we did a little bit of tech. So there's going to be a lot more tech coming out this year, but I'm also going to be season 2 of the Men of Freedom series will be coming out. But it's going to be not just my story, because I found that as you collaborate with people, that telling the story, this at the Sunday service is really such a successful podcast because it really helps to highlight the community, helps to highlight the things that are happening. And so helping people tell their story of freedom is going to be encouraging, even to us. Oh, okay, so it's not just David. There are other people who have gone through similar struggles and have found freedom. Maybe even setting up a weekly call that's outside, that's not broadcast anywhere, where people can come in and say, "Hey, man, I've been struggling with this. Um, how do you overcome?" It's like, well, let me just give you one example. I'm actually part of a group that meets every week, and there is no shame in. It's like, man, I struggled this week. And when you really analyze what happens, like someone starts doom scrolling on Instagram, and then they see something, and then they end up going to another website and looking at something else that's even more revealing or whatever. At the time that they started doom scrolling on Instagram, they were bored, they were tired, maybe they were hungry, or maybe there was something that happened at work and they were angry. And so they just, in order to take their mind off of the trigger, they found themselves on, Instagram or, wherever they ended up. So at the time you start to doom scroll, you stop and you say, "Hey, why am I doing this?" And you can backtrack to say, "Oh, I was angry. That guy cut me off on the highway," or "My boss was really, really tough on me today." And so you deal with the root cause of the issue as opposed to the symptom. Yeah. And so that's what identity that's what it did for me, was just finding, I was like, "Oh, I am child of God. I don't need to do this. Oh, I'm tired, and this is why I'm just like," so just put it away and go to sleep. If you're tired, you sleep. That's like, leave your phone outside of the room when you go to bed, so that you will actually go to bed and sleep. Right? If you're hungry, you eat something. Just you eat. So you're not just dealing with the symptom. Now you've put yourself into a shame spiral. And so you take the thought. If a thought comes into your mind, that thought, so let's try something right now. It's like so if I say red elephant, think about a red elephant. It's like, oh, you weren't thinking about red elephant before, but now you see a red elephant in your head. It's like, that's a thought that you didn't put there, someone else put it there. So not all the thoughts you get into your mind are your thoughts. And even if it was your thoughts, you're like, why am I thinking about this? Be gone. You think about something else. Change the way you think. This is the renewing of the mind.
Yeah.
Change the way you think, so that you don't stay in the spot where you're at. It's like, you can cast down that imagination and every high thing, and just put it into capture. It's like, oh, this is not my thought. I'm not thinking about that. Thank you, God, that you didn't give me that thought, and the devil is trying to put me in a bad place. Like, yo, what?
I love this, and I like how you brought up the aspect of identity. Let me just say hi to somebody on the chat real quick. Kiss from Jay, welcome, Kiss from Jay. Nice to see you. Kiss from Jay is an amazing content creator. We have been, and the community has pushed for us to make sure we do a collaboration next year, and I can't wait for it to happen. I will definitely go to her 20 questions podcast, and she'll be coming to the Sunday service. So we are going to make it a double collaboration sometime in February. So thank you so much, Kiss from Jay. I really appreciate it. And then there's I like how you guys are conversating in this conversation. And that
They're
is
having a whole conversation over there.
that was the whole idea around this final Sunday service of the year. We are talking grace, grit, and growth. And these are conversation around healing. These are conversation around overcoming. And we are shortly going to get into the renewal part of it, so that at least it can help you inform or frame your 2026, as I'm already like framing my 2026 with the collaboration with Kiss from Jay. David, you said something, and I think I like what Ayman says, finding your purpose and what you do, especially on these kind of platforms. So Ayman, for example, says, I like to make people laugh and relax, and you say that sometimes be the solution that people are looking for. Whether it is making okra, whether it is like fixing something in the house, whether it is, being that solution. And that goes a long way in terms of framing your identity, especially as not just as a person, but as a creator. One of the things I'm going to ask you, and maybe I can segue into maybe something else just around this, is when it comes to the conversation around healing. And let's say somebody is listening to you right now on the chat, and let's say they are trapped in a cycle of something they've never spoken aloud about. Maybe they don't even intend to speak aloud about it. What is that one thing, based on your experience, you'll share with them, just to help them understand the pace of healing? Because one of the things I know about healing from my own personal experience, I know it is not linear. There are days you wake up and you're like, yes, I'm going to like conquer this. But then there are days you wake up and it's like you have been taken 10 steps back and you have to like restart again. And eventually you just find you find the bandwidth. I like what you said. If you're angry, eat. If you're tired, sleep. Stop scrolling. Go and sleep. You're tired. I know that takes a lot of work. So from what is that one thing that you'll tell somebody who's listening right now and they're struggling with something in terms of the pace, just for them to give themselves grace to make sure, somebody, I think it is in this way Konene who says, subjecting yourself to the process. And sometimes it's not going to be fast. It's not going to be rapid. Sometimes it's going to like drag.
Man, that's a great question. You may have to ask it again, because there was a lot.
Yeah.
I think, man.
Is David like typing his own questions on the chat? David, you are literally with me on the panel. How are you busy asking questions on the chat and you're the host? Can you ask the host? Oh God. We'll come back to this later. You're a mess, David. Oh God.
So that's why I need you to ask the question again. I was so busy typing, trying to listen. I was just like, oh, this is going to be
I'll just so I'll just say, just in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
Finding your identity, finding and I linked it to what Ayman said, that he likes to make people like laugh and relax, and for him that is him crafting an identity, at least in terms of what he offers the community. But you may find that there's somebody who is like, let's say, trapped in a cycle that they've never spoken about aloud. They've never been very public about it, but they still like struggle with it. Based on your experience and how long it took you just to like find that healing and finding that space to like totally like rebuild your identity, what is that one thing you will tell somebody about the pace of healing? Because I do know healing is not linear. Healing takes like a lot of work. Sometimes you are taken back 10 steps, then you have to come back again and start again. That's the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. For me, I was in a community that exemplified the grace themselves, because they had been through it, and so they modeled what that needed to be like. And that's why I said, hey, maybe even having just a Zoom call where people can come in, and it's got like let's look at like Alcoholics Anonymous, for example. They provide a safe space for people to come in, and maybe they don't share that first week, but they hear the stories of the other people that share. People that are, hey, my name is Dave and I've been sober for, 4 years. And this is, I really found sobriety when, X, Y, or Z. For me, it was identity and being able to understand who I am and realize that because I am who I am, I have the ability to work on my, and it's not a behavior modification. See, this is the thing. If you think about behavior and changing your behavior, you end up going back to your old way. If you think about all the people who make resolutions, we're coming up on that time. It's like, Thursday, I'm gonna be, in the gym. I'm gonna eat healthy, and all of the things.
New me.
New year, new me. You know what? Every year, this is right around the time that people try to change their behavior without having that internal self change. Like, figure out, why am I doing this? And I've started reading the book by Simon Sinek called Start With Why. And the basic premise is, if you understand why, then you are more apt to make the significant change that is lasting. Right? So, because if you don't understand why, then you go back to it. So I understood for myself why I was behaving the way I was because I didn't understand my identity. So when I figured that out, or was able to be shown, it's like, oh, you're acting this way. It's like behavior follows intention or identity.
Oh, I love that.
Behavior follows intention or identity. So that's why I say there's a text, scripture says, as a man thinks in his heart or his mind, so he is. If you think of yourself as a sinner, you'll always be sinning. Whereas you think of yourself as you really are, as someone who's loved and saved and a saint, you behave and walk in that way. And so therefore, if anyone is in Christ, they're a new creation. It's like you're a new person. That's why the old man is dead. And so you can eulogize him and be like, yo, this is the patterns of my former behavior because of that's who I was. But now I'm this new creation. My pattern and my behavior walks this way. So understanding your identity really does make the difference. And then find a community that is able to surround you with that love and can model the grace and peace that you need. It's
so powerful.
I'm thinking, there's the men of freedom. Maybe there is a way to pull that in. And and let me be clear. The group and the community that that we meet every week that I mentioned, where it's a paid space. So think about this. What would be the cost for you? Well, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna leave that alone. Anyways, I really valued the change, because you could spend a lot of time and a lot more money with a counselor sitting on the couch and, so tell me about your childhood, with a pencil, and going through all of the things. Or you could, and I was able to find this space, and it's really so good. We're not going to talk about it because this is not the essence of the program, but find a community that is able to give you the tools that you need to navigate this thing effectively. And if you want to, you could hit me up on IG. Just kidding. But not kidding. Just if someone is really looking to, you can get a hold of Goga, you can get a hold of me, because I know Goga has been through things and has come out on the other side victorious. So and there are a lot of you in the community as well too that has helped people get through a lot of things and have come out victorious. I'm grateful to be able to be in this space today and to share
I love that, David. A community that models your intention. That's something that needs to end up on a t-shirt. Like a very powerful statement. It's a very powerful statement.
Yep.
And that's a very great conversation just to start talking about. If somebody were to ask you, from where you sit, what does renewal, look like for David, emotionally, spiritually, or even creatively? From where you sit, like in 2025, getting into 2026, you've been very bold this year. You got monetized this year. After a long struggle, we've been fighting a lot with you over over the content and whatnot.
Lord mercy.
Yeah, but this is also the year that you also got like a lot of wins. What does renewal look like for you? What will you define as renewal? Because at least one thing I know is that renewal definitely now comes in. We've acknowledged the struggle, we've worked through it, and then of course we become renewed. And you just quoted scripture right there, renewal of the mind. What does that look like for David?
Yeah, it's just renewal is a constant reminder that you have been changed. So is another scripture is very scripture runs deep in my family.
Pastor's kid.
Yeah. It's this one has to do with forgetting the things which are behind and pressing forward to what is ahead. So you keep pressing and renewing your mind each and every day. So there's a text in James chapter 1 and verse 24, I believe, somewhere around there, where it talks about the unbeliever is like someone who looks into a mirror and they see who they are, but as they turn, not the unbeliever, that's the wrong word, but someone who doesn't experience that renewal is like someone who looks in a mirror and sees themselves, but when they turn away, they forget what they look like. And so let me just break that down a little bit. You me, David, as a renewed man of faith, I know who I am. But if I turn away and I forget who I am, I revert to patterns of my old behavior. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the remembrance of who you are at all times. So if you see yourself in the mirror and you turn away and forget who you are, that's when you end up back in the shame cycle and going through all of the things. But if you remember who you are, it's like, oh, yeah, Daudi, David, beloved of Jehovah. That's what David means. Beloved of Jehovah. I can praise God. I can walk. I can move in my identity at all times, so that no matter what happens, a trigger comes and be like, I look at it. Have you seen the movie The Matrix with Keanu Reeves? At the end of the movie, he's able to see the Matrix in its entirety. So as the bullets from Agent Smith's gun comes toward him, he's able to like, oh, this is a bullet. Oh, let's just make the bullets fall. It's like, bullets on the ground. It's like, oh. So he's able to navigate the Matrix in a way that really reveals what is happening, because he can see clearly who he is. And so it is with us as we navigate the Matrix. We can be renewed in our mind. That renewal allows me to, if I look in the mirror, if I look away from the mirror, I remember who I was. You know, there's a song by Michael Jackson. Might want to mute the track. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No system can be any clearer. If you want to make a world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. Your goodness is running after me. Oh, your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Oh, your goodness is running after me. All my life you have been faithful. You have been, oh, all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No different can be any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. Whoa. Na 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 na. Oh, why I see the evidence of your goodness all over my life, all over my life. I see your promise in fulfillment all over my life, all over my life. Oh, your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Goga, come back.
I was just listening in the background. I did not want to. That was a beautiful moment right there. I think everybody on the chat was just like, and I think it because it came out as a surprise, and I think everybody was like, oh, wait, what is going on? What is going
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, no, it's just the song, like, Michael Jackson, starting with the
Yeah.
man in the mirror. And as we were talking about the mirror just beforehand, and understanding what that means. So you start with the man in the mirror, but as you turn away, you don't forget who that man in the mirror is. And that's the essence of it. And you can only fix what is broken in you first. A broken man helping another broken man doesn't really wait. What's going on? Oh, okay. So I think about like in the airline when they're going through the safety procedure, and it's like, in the event that we lose oxygen, there's going to be oxygen. This mask is going to flow. You have to put on your oxygen mask first before you help the person next to you. Yeah, and so it's the same thing, but in the putting on of your own oxygen mask requires you to understand who you are and remember that at all times. That's going to make the difference.
All right. Iman said something there on the chat, I think that I loved. We go through inner battles. My anger has caused me to crash out on people I actually like via disagreements. And then he gave an example there. And, he says, even my sister almost every day, but it's all love. And they usually apologize when it goes too far. So I think I love that. Then there's let me see if I missed anything on the chat. And speaking of music, and Cindy says it very well. One can never pour from an empty cup.
That's it.
One can never pour from an empty cup. Novelty Queen's nice to see you as well. Even Nadine is like saying, "Oh wow, that is so beautiful." Kevinish says, "You made me come back to the screen." Actually, she was very busy on the other side, so she literally ran to the screen. Like, what is going on here? What is going on here?
Hey, man, Cindy Seaway, that's fire. That's fire right there, Cindy Seaway. You cannot pour from an empty cup.
An empty cup. Music, music, and maybe I know we've talked about music before, and music sometimes is often romanticized as a passion. But from your experience, when does it become a profession? When does it become a profession? And it starts creating that difference.
Yeah, I think as you learn enough of the craft, I guess it really doesn't matter at what level you have. When you have these piano students and they learn their first song, it's like yay, because just the act of performing. Goga, what happened? Where did you go? Are you still there?
I'm here, David. Don't worry.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
just the act of performing the musical piece at whatever level you're able to perform it helps somebody. Yeah, it's like, well, we can be proud of little Johnny because, he's learning to play, the saxophone or the violin. And sometimes those moments can be, you know, it's not Yo-Yo Ma on the cello or, Andrea Bocelli, you know. And so the journey in and of itself provides healing as opposed to the end result or some output at a later time, right? So, just like I was able to play that melody at one time that would have been my musical expression. Now I'm able to do more, so I do more, right?
Yeah.
And so you can only do at the level at which you're performing, you're able to produce that art. I cannot draw to save my listen, listen. Do not give me a paintbrush. I mean, I guess I could, put three strikes on the thing and call it art. Be like, yo, it is
Like
a
a stick figure.
yeah, stick hangman. Listen, I could draw a circle, line, line, line across, and there's my dude. Um, it's just like I could put, a little bit of hair on there and an eye and a nose and a mouth. That's but that art I cannot do. So I appreciate when someone is able to just sit down and with a pencil, draw somebody and it's their likeness. You can identify, oh wow, that's Rebecca LaPrince, or oh no, man, wow, look at that. That's no World of Ragus. Or
I'll tell I'll tell the Rebecca Muse you dream.
it's like you can tell who they are. Oi,
Yeah,
oi. My leg is cramping. Yo, I need to drink some water.
that's what I was doing. I went to get my water.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that okra water? Um,
Nope.
hey,
Regular
Keisha,
water.
welcome, Keisha. Nice to see you, Keisha. Happy Sunday. And yes, guys, and thank you so much, Ayman, for connecting to Novelty. Guys, Novelty only needs like 20 houses to get to 900. So that's also a house that you need to push. Right. Cindy Siwe, thank you so much for that
Thank you.
blessing.
That's awesome.
David, you have those noises of yours. Yay! Those things you normally press for Cindy.
Oh, let's
Those are the
go.
things I need. Those are the things I need next year. Speaking of renewal.
Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. They have them in you can get this is the Rodecaster Pro 2. Well, you can get they have the Streamer X which only has 4 buttons and it's like half the price.
Ah.
And even with your ZVE 10 or 2, it will connect right into it. So you'd have your sound and your video coming out of it. Boom. We'll get you.
Okay, good stuff.
We'll when you come to that price, talk to me. We'll hook
All
you up.
right. I will speak to you behind the tent. Anyway, so we were on the conversation around music. You talking about drawing.
Yeah.
And
So I was gonna say that music was also a very integral part of my story. So there was a song produced by an artist named Brandon Lake, called Adoption Song.
Oh, that
And
song.
yes,
Maybe we should
I
have.
am adopted. I
Do
am
you want us
beloved.
to? They need to hear that song because that song, I think, Sam's likes requesting for that song until it grew on me. Like,
Yeah. Yeah,
I
the
think,
adoption song. It speaks to identity in a
yeah.
very clear way. And I think that you can appreciate the music even if you can't necessarily play it or reproduce it or sing it or anything like that. You can appreciate listening to the music. So this is another piece that, in addition to the identity, the renewing of your mind, coming into community, listening to uplifting
Mm,
music can help to change your mood. So there's a story of again in the Bible. It's just where else would I get my stories? Um of King Saul had a really, yeah, he had a mental problem. And so he searched around and found David was actually the one that came in and would play the harp. And
mm,
Saul's mood and whole spirit would change just based on the music that David played. And so there are ways that you can find yourself. A lot of times people meditating, they put on a
music.
certain music when you're doing your um I don't know why you would be doing all of this stretching and like warrior pose and all of the things. It's just like you have music playing in the background that helps to set that mood. And yes, you can do all of the things without music. Um, but music has a way of really
Mm.
getting to the heart of the matter and making a difference in that way. So I have found that, in my process of renewal, just to bring it back to that having the right song or just being able to play has been instrumental in me finding peace. And
I love that.
yeah,
Oof. And
just like, yeah, just now it's like, I was talking about the man in the mirror. I remember Michael Jackson. I was like, oh snap,
yes,
maybe
and
I
you
should
literally
just.
just went into it, and I don't know that we should be asking for the adoption song to be performed as well because I think that song is so powerful. It's so powerful. And maybe just still while on this conversation, like sometimes like we talk about technical skill, and you are making fun of it that you never finished your musical degree, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you did get some skill because that was the scholarship that that took you to that particular space.
Mhm.
How important is technical skill then when it comes to, people talk about reading music, people talk about understanding the sound. Like you gave a good example earlier on when you are changing your voices, and you talked about the bass, like how you like playing around with the bass. Um, Gear knowledge, like I like go and get this as opposed to this, get this microphone, it has better, it's more crisp than this,
Yeah.
compared to just like inspiration and feeling, because I know sometimes feelings, inspiration, they're important, but sometimes also just the technical skill, is it like really necessary?
Absolutely, it is. So like gear matters, right?
Yeah.
But gear only matters if it helps you tell a better story,
Uh-huh. Okay.
right? So you have people who have made thousands of videos just using their iPhone. You couldn't tell that they were using their iPhone or their Android phone. In fact,
Yeah.
actually, I think they make better videos with the Android phone than an iPhone. But what's that among friends? Everybody knows that Android's better. But he's like, no comment, Dave. No comment. Gear matters. And technical skill also matters, so that telling the story, you're able to tell the story with more nuance. Let's say if you had a camera that can blur the background, for example, so you can see my background is blurred. You can tell there's a wall back there, and that's pretty much all I have. But I'm able to make using that so that I'm the focus of this shot. If I were using, let's say, a webcam or something else that didn't have that separation, then I wouldn't be able to tell the story in a particular way. For example, getting this shot required me to use a huge softbox that softens the light, so it's not like a spot that shows up right in this area and then leaves everything out here in darkness, but it spreads the light out softly so that I'm able to. So you look at this shot and be like, oh man, David, that's so beautiful. A lot of people say, oh, I love the hands. It's just like, it's the exact same lighting, but based on the camera position and the focus. So this has a automatic focus. This is a manual focus, so that I can make that even blurrier, but it's closer to this side. So you see my hand here is blurry, but my hand here is in focus. Whereas normally I have it set so that this hand is in focus, but that this device is still blurry, so that I can make that come into focus. You see that now it's blurry up here. Are you honest? You see that? So that I deliberately curated the focus so that it shows up on my hand here. Whereas up here, it's kind of out of focus, but the focus is here because this is where I mostly play. In the middle of the piano.
And that's why you need the focus.
So you have to have it on if I put this on manual focus, the focus will be shifting based on where my hands are. Because then as my hands move, it's like, oh, this is a new object. Let me focus on that. Right? So understanding the technical part of it is like, depending on how I wanted to tell the story of me playing the hand. People say, oh, I love the hands, because you could see my hands and the object on the left. Absolutely. Is this used to drive me nuts. So you see these lights right here and on this device? They're smooth. If I were to change one thing, notice how they start to dance. It's subtle.
Yeah, but I can see them like blinking and stuff.
Correct, because that's my shutter speed. So you have to set the shutter speed to a certain number, and then now these lights are not distracting, they're just there.
I like how Kisha is putting it. You are influencing our attention where you want us to look.
Intriguing. Yes. Excellent. Wow. So being able to that helps me tell the story. So you're not looking at the lights, and the lights aren't distracting, but my hands are telling the story as I'm playing the piece or whatever it is I'm playing in that moment. And so the technical skill comes with, time, and, you take a class. I have actually taken classes and gone to workshops that talk about, the 3-point lighting. Right now, I'm just using two. I have the lights in the back, as well as this light over here over my head. Can I even show that? Of course, I can show that, right? So you see, here is the light.
Wow.
We've talked about this before. Right.
Oh, David. Whoa, David. That's like your setup. That is your stream set. Guys, are you seeing this? Wait, guys.
There's a TV over here on the left that
David, guys, are you seeing this? Red Room, where they take people. Red Room, Simone, Blessed, the guys who are obsessed with like things. Look at that setup.
well, it is, and that's a lot, right? That's a lot, and not everybody.
David, can you take us back to it? We are still like the people have comments. Take us back there. Take us back there because you are stressing some people here immediately.
No, but see, I didn't want to.
No,
but
I will. No, because it's going to actually help me explain the next thing that you always insist when we come to your channel. Look at title pro. Are you kidding me? That's like a Starship Enterprise. Crazy.
Voyager.
Novelty is putting those shocked emojis like she has no words. You know, like this light, first of all, David, you don't use a ring light. What kind of light is this, David?
This is the, oh my goodness, Godox SL60. Okay. It's a 60 watt it's a 60 watt lamp. And
like how the chat just got so tired. David, why are you like this? And some people here are struggling to understand OBS alone. And guys, that setup. But anyway, this is important. David, you can go back to your normal thing. This is important because David always says something on his channel. And one of the things I really appreciate David for this was, and you told me this last year when I was thinking of buying my first camera. And, it's like, start with what you have or start from a very practical standpoint. And there's something that I think has always stayed with me since you told me, Goga, these things accumulated. It was not a one-time event. Yeah, it was not a one-time event because I could not afford it. It was very progressive. And I think that's a great conversation there in terms of gear. So somebody has seen your Starship Enterprise right there. And they're like, I need whatever is in David's. David, can you do for me that setup in I want that in my studio?
I can. Yes, I can do it. But will it help you tell the story better?
I like that.
No, and I say that honestly, right? Because I have been able to incorporate gear matters when it helps your audience hear, see, feel, and understand your story objective.
David, that is just shade you're going to throw. Like, I can already see that shade from a mile away. Does it help tell your story? I like how you just asked that because you may end up having that setup and never get to use it.
And you don't know the amount of people who said, oh my goodness, I need that. They buy the stuff and it sits in the corner gathering dust because they didn't have a good why. Start with why. Woo. Why are you trying to go ahead and do all of the things? Coming back to content, Goga, man, listen. There's a story of a fisherman and a banker. And the fisherman, we're talking about, he would go every day, he would fish, and then he would be done by like 4 o'clock. He comes home, goes with his family, spends time with his family. And so one day a banker came to town. A banker says, hey, man, you're pretty good at this fishing thing. Maybe you should get another boat. He's like, well, why would I do that? You can catch more fish. I was just like, oh, sweet. Yeah, and then maybe you get a fleet of boats. I'll invest in that. He's like, well, what do you do then? Well, if you have a fleet of boats, then you can fish when you want and spend time with your family. He's like, well, I'm doing that now. Why do I need to go do all of that so I can just come back and do what I'm doing now? I'm able to feed my family with what I'm doing. I'm able to spend time with them, and I don't have all the stress of all of the things. So use what you got and tell the story from there. If you need to improve, let's say you're telling the story, but your audio is a little off, you're still able to, they can hear what you're saying. Maybe if you get a bigger or a better microphone, improve the audio, you get the Rode NT Wireless Go, right? It's one of these, right? So you can clip that to, well, I don't have it hooked up. I probably should just hook it up to the Rodecaster, but hook that on to yourself like this. And as you talk, now you're able to have better audio. Yes, you make that sound investment. Let me start with the sound investment. That makes a difference. How am I doing this? Oh, okay. Put that back in.
Thank you for connecting to David. And then Simone is asking, are you using OBS, David? Yes or no?
No, I use a program called Ecamm because I'm on a Mac. Yes, I could use OBS, and it does a lot of the same things, but it's a simpler setup. It's a paid product.
All right. Kevin says, I only use OBS. I've never used anything else. I taught myself and I'm still learning. Ooh, Kevnish, look at you. Kevnish, that's a very polite way of brag. People are struggling now with OBS. I like that.
Yeah, that's good. OBS is a free product that is able to, you can use it. It's very powerful. And I believe it integrates with Zoom. I think it does, but I know Ecamm also integrates with Zoom, and I'm able to stream with it. And it's really just plug and play for me with Ecamm. Yes, there's a lot of panels and a lot of different things to go, but as with everything else, the more you play with it, the more you use it is better. StreamYard is what we're both, Goga and I, using right now, and I'm able to bring my sweet sauce into it. But with OBS and Ecamm, for example, if I can switch to a different scene, now I'm able to bring in different things. If I wanted to share my,
I love your signature on the top.
Yeah, that's a program, a graphic program from photologo.com, and you're able to purchase your own. So it has my name, and it also has the tech, music, and impact like I wrote.
How are you able to do those things and you're on my StreamYard?
How I'm able to do that? It's Ecamm. Ecamm has what is called a virtual camera, so that whatever I have in Ecamm shows up as the camera I select in StreamYard, or the camera I select in Zoom. So if you show up to my Zoom room, this is the camera you see. I'm able to broadcast from Ecamm into Zoom using this. So for example, if I do something like Jeremiah 29:11.
Oh, like the Bible. Oh wow, the Bible itself.
Right. So I have a little bit of a Bible. So all of these scriptures I could have actually been showing you at the same time. For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, says the Lord, thoughts of peace, not of evil, to give you future and a hope. This is ECAM. This is what I'm using. And of course, it is
Guys, I'm
what
just
it
wondering
is.
why is David doing these things 3 hours into the live stream? I've been suffering here when he could have been doing all these things. Like I could have just been seated there pretty and he could
Oh
literally
my
run.
God.
He could have been doing these things from the beginning. Why have I been suffering here, like sharing things and whatnot?
Yeah, no, well, it is. I apologize for
But
not sharing. Well, we were having a conversation, so I just
I
kept with the
love what
conversation as opposed to,
yeah.
it's like
I,
being a show off or anything like that. It just knowing when to move is also very important, a part of it. So back to the gear conversation. Having the gear is important, but knowing if it will help you tell the story is the
why.
main thing. The why is like, why do you sometimes it's just because I want it. It's like, all right, well, okay, it's like,
David has it. I want it.
that could be the reason. And be like, okay, well, I mean, if you have the means and it's not gonna put you out and your family going hungry, then by all means.
But
go ahead.
one of the conversations that I always have with people in the community, people say how they've bought stuff and they've never used it because they realize this thing is so complex, they're not going to struggle. So they just went back to their phone. Like I think there's a content creator who told me how they bought a camera at some obscenely expensive camera. And they say this camera, I think they just abandoned it somewhere. They don't use it because it's just too complex for them.
Right.
So they just went back to their iPhone because it's easier to. So they shoot content from the iPhone and everything, but the camera is just sitting somewhere. And it's because they saw somebody with the camera. So Damilola is just like reiterating what you just said, using what you've got. And I like how you brought in the aspect of understanding the why of your story. Like sometimes you may have all this stuff, but it may not be the stuff that is going to tell your story. So I think I think that was very powerful. It was like a very
yeah. So I mean, in terms of gear, when you think about the triangle, you have audio, you have lighting, you have video, right?
Mm.
The number one thing that I encourage people to do first, if you have to try to tell a better story, improve the audio. That's why I have made it. When I first started, I had, and it's not here, it's upstairs in my computer bag, the Shure MV51, which was a USB condenser microphone. The thing about a condenser mic is that you get great audio out of it, but it picks up the whole room. So right now I'm running a heater. This one. This is the noise. This is the noise it makes. But because I'm using a dynamic mic,
we can't hear it. It's almost like not there.
But it's
wow. David, you are going to make us. David, have you had? David, you are going to make us look bad. Some of the sounds that we play in our backgrounds. What? That heater is on.
Yeah, it's on right now.
Wow.
It has a kill switch at the bottom when I lift it up. But if I turn it on and I move it away, I'm going to move it away.
Wow. Okay. Guys, some of the sounds that are in your backgrounds, I'm speaking on my own behalf as well. What?
So people may have, sometimes the sound is loud enough. Like if my father-in-law turns on the bandsaw in the room in the corner over there, I'm in the basement of the house. So if he turns on the saw and he starts going, that sound it makes, you'll hear it come through because it's loud enough. But the dynamic mic, it's kind of like the mic you see singers using on stage like that. That mic really only picks up what's around, this area so far. Like as you go further and further away, you can't hear it. The other thing I actually have on my interface is something called a noise gate. And so the noise gate has a threshold, a decibel threshold where it cuts the sound. It has to be louder than that decibel. I don't know if it's like 40 decibels or 30 decibels or whatever it is set right now. So that when the sound is louder than that, then it comes through. But as this goes further away, the decibels reduce, and so then it cuts out as well. But the dynamic mic, I'm ready to be adapted. Good vibes. Oh man, that's so funny.
David, you're going to make some of us ban live streams until we get a microphone.
No, that's not what I'm saying though.
The sounds, some of us, the sounds that play in our backgrounds, I'm just thinking of like I'm cooking okra and the sound is coming out. Now
you haven't asked the question I asked a while
You mean
back.
I can be cooking okra and the sound cannot be heard? Wow, this is good.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear the clanking of the plates and all of that stuff.
I did not want to use that as an example because there are some people here who are just waiting for you to say clanking of the plate. Guys, I did not say it. I did not say it. It came from David himself. I did not say it. I was giving a very random example. There are people.
Oh, that's so fun. Okay.
Clanking of the plates. The clanking of the plates. People already here. They are very active on the live stream. They literally heard what you said. Clanking of the plates, people. Please upgrade.
That is not what I have said. Oh man.
I'm just messing with you, David.
Oh man. So
just thinking of the clanking of the plates thing. Oh my god, that's funny.
Right.
So Simone is asking you to share the link to the mic. I think there's a way you normally share links on your content. So
yeah. Okay, so this particular microphone is this particular one is the MV7 Plus. It's a podcast dynamic microphone, OBS certified, enhanced audio with an LED panel. It's not on right now. I see the white. Normally, if you plug in USB, hold on, let me see.
Oh, it's like okay. It's just like blinking some light
So,
or something.
yeah, you can join.
Guys, this will be good for ASMR, you know? Are you thinking of ASMR like ASMR? The things we could do with those sounds. ASMR people.
Right. If you look very closely, you can see the color.
Yes. Oh, it's green now as you speak. Oh, and wait. Let me go back to.
Yeah, no. I'll pull it up.
Oh, so if you speak now, it's
check 1 2.
Oh,
check
wow.
1 2. Right. So you can plug this in USB directly into the computer. Right.
Okay.
So, and as you do, it gives you the ability. You could actually plug this directly into your iPhone.
Oh,
so you can get this sound quality in your iPhone videos because USB-C.
They're demanding you say the name of the thing again.
Shure MV. I'll put it in the chat. Shure MV7 Plus.
Okay.
Let me create this link for you. I'll send the link. I'll send the link.
All right. Guys, if you want to treat yourself to Christmas and not here clanking plates.
Oh, Goga, you're amazing.
No, it's just how you said it, and then and then Good Vibes K was here because I've had clanking plates anytime I go to Good Vibes live stream. So I'm just thinking how I'll go.
Wow.
You've given me something to go roaster with next time I see her live. Okay, I've put it on the banner red, so there we go. Oh my goodness. And yes, I've even gone to Google and I found it. So it's sure what did I say?
MV7 Plus.
Yes, okay.
It's a dynamic podcast microphone.
You can plug this on a phone. Wow.
Yes, but it's an investment, but it really does make the difference. So you make that sound investment, and yes, that's a play on words. You're making a good investment, but it's an investment into your audio. So that's why I say it's a sound investment, one that you will help you tell your story, and now your story becomes clearer, right? People think, wow, the audio on that is fire. The number one reasons people click out of any video is because of
sound. Red Room, I thought you have a sure because you sound so good nowadays on your thing. Red Room, you don't sound normal. You sound like you have this nice radio voice and stuff, and it's not the same sound I hear when you are in your car on your phone, but it's usually very crisp as well. I thought you have a sure thing, Red. Yeah, but this sounds so good. Can you imagine like there's a fan running in that room and we can't hear it? Like for me, it's just how it's so quiet. It is so quiet and there's a fan there. Some of us who have like AC running in the house and we are doing live streams here and we are shh. Okay, David has dropped the link, guys. The link is there, and yes, and please get it through that link because it's important for him as well.
Yeah, someone was talking also about like meeting threshold. So me as an Amazon influencer, I was able to, because I hit certain amount on, let's say you, Goga, you don't have the Amazon program in Kenya, but if you, I think you can apply for it in the States.
Oh,
yeah. You don't have to be living in the country. I don't think so. So you with your 11,000 strong on YouTube, oh yeah, you'll be in. No problem. No problem. But so people, you have reached 1,000, you've reached 1,500, you've reached 2,000, you've reached 4,000 Red's Room, right? You can apply to the Amazon influencer program and you will get in. No problem. And so this now the threshold that you're trying to reach, you're not dependent on the platform that you're making your content on. You see, look, you talked about Buy Me a Coffee. That's off platform. People have Patreon, which is off platform, so that the percentage you receive from Buy Me a Coffee is much greater. The percentage you receive, from Buy Me a Coffee is much greater than you would like if you were to get super chats. YouTube takes a piece of that. Membership, YouTube takes a piece of that.
Yes.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. The platform of origin takes piece of that. You don't want YouTube to hear me, they'll be like, oh, you're telling the people. But I mean, if you're in the program, you know, white people.
It is known. I mean, I've always been very vocal because it's the reality, it's the truth of
Yeah,
it's the truth of the business. We sign the agreements, we sign the terms.
yeah.
Um,
So,
and don't, and
so
don't,
this is
and
another
don't forget
way.
and don't forget about Apple tax for the iPhone people.
Yeah.
Because I
I
always have to add that there.
So for someone who is looking to do this maybe full time or as a part-time gig, know that at the beginning. You know that at the beginning that YPP is only going to give you percentage. 35%, they take 35% or they take 45% or whatever the percentage is for um you know super chats, super thanks, the ad revenue, all of that stuff. They take their percentage out and then you get the rest, right? So if you can generate enough views on your video, depending on your niche, if you're in a financial niche, it's a lot higher than if you're just an entertainment. If you're in education, it's higher. It's not as high as finance, but it's higher than just entertainment. So now you can say, oh, if I'm teaching something, I get more, but I'm doing the same content. Yo, we just change up the niche on your channel itself so that each video will be put into a different bucket and you get different, more high paying ads on your video. The other thing that I was thinking about as we were getting into this, talking about content, is the ability to move at one with quality. So if you make quality videos, they showed I saw someone showed a video. This person had 4 videos on their channel and they had over 2 million views.
Ooh.
It took them a year to make the video, but it's a documentary. So the cinematography, all of the things are well done. It's a great video. And so even though there's only 4 videos on the channel, people are watching the content. So yes, we don't have oh my goodness, you have to have all this gear. No, you don't. But using the best of your ability, go and get classes if you have to. Get a mentor. Goga, you have a coach, a YouTube coach.
Yes.
I myself have one.
And I'm in a photography class because I need to understand how to use my camera.
Case in point, but you realized there was a need, and it's like,
yes,
I am not, yeah.
Absolutely.
You're not using the stuff to the best of the ability. You go get the training. And so that's where you're talking about skill. And I think the thing that really is good about this conversation is like, I have another friend of mine who says this, like, upgrade your skills first and then your gear. So like learning OBS, you learn that, you're able to go into spaces and be like, oh, someone's having an OBS issue. You can help them. You can go to your church or you can go to your job. Let's say it's like, hey, we want to run this live stream. You're like, oh, just use OBS. And be like, oh, what's that? Oh, you can show them. Yeah, look, these are the live streams that I have done using OBS. Now you have become even more valuable to your employer.
I love that. That's actually very... Guys, I guess I hope you're taking notes because I think David just said something very profound there. The skills extending beyond the platform.
Right. So now you can even go down to the stores and the shops or the local businesses in your area and say, hey, you want to show up like this in Zoom? I can show you how. Or maybe even how are you able to get people into your store? Start out, you become the expert. How do you become the expert? content. It's that simple. Why? Because when they go searching for underwater basket weaving, that's everybody uses that. It's not underwater, like home repair, or even like HVAC, or whatever the local businesses have around you. You become the expert. It's like and well, they would become the expert. He's like, look, these are the people in your niche that are online. Look at how well they're doing. You need to, do that. And you can be the content creator because you already know, even just using your iPhone, how to do the thing. And you can record them right there and be like, hey, yeah, look, Instagram, cut this up, put it on a reel, make it a short, put it on TikTok. And now you're able to go around and be that expertise for the person, because you've created 100 live streams, 200 live streams. You can like, oh yeah, here's my channel. You're like, oh it's not, oh, you have a YouTube channel? People will be like, oh yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Like, oh wow, cool.
And I like what you guys are saying on the chat, because Red Room says Red Room says actually is on the Amazon program. He got in.
Okay.
And Simone is just like looking at I think Simone went and clicked on the link and saw the price, and she's like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to buy this and cry later. And I like what David said. Start from where you are. It's an investment. And for me, I think about it. I think I like using my camera as an example, because I think that was the first biggest purchase I've ever made from that is not related to my my real life and and everything. And it is the YouTube money that actually bought it. So for me, I always say, sometimes when you get this revenue from YouTube, it's like passive income for most of us because we have jobs. So for me, my passive income from YouTube always goes to a specific account. It's like a foreign currency account. I never even touch that money because it doesn't come directly like into my checking or my daily, the account that I use to run my affairs. So what I normally suggest, in case you are getting revenue, and some of you are lucky that you make your threshold every month, plan it based on your revenue from YouTube. So actually, when you're putting in the effort on YouTube, or even Buy Me a Coffee or these other platforms where people are supporting you with, you can have that in mind, that in about 5 months, I'm going to get the MV plus, whatever it is. So it helps you like be more practical. Don't look at it in terms of, Jesus Christ, this is like insane. Don't look at it from like your money, like the kind of money you like use on your daily expenses. Let the channel purchase it. It makes it easier. So when you think of it that way, so for me, I have like I say YouTube money will have to buy its own YouTube things. It will not be my personal money. my personal money does not buy YouTube stuff. It is the YouTube money that buys its own stuff. So that's what I always suggest, that you think about it that way. It just makes it very easy because it's passive income for you, for most of you guys. It's passive income.
Yeah, that's good.
But thank you so much, David, for that insight. I think for me, I like that. So start with where you are, use what you have, and it's progress. And then for me, I think my takeaway from this entire conversation is what you said. A why. The why is very important. So you may be buying stuff, but your channel does not really need it because that's not how you tell your story. Oof. Guys, I hope you like
steward your story.
Steward your story like this.
Yeah.
Gear matters when it helps your audience hear, see, feel, understand your story. Objective. So I think that was a very good way to summarize that. So in case it's not answering that why, I think and you can take advantage of a sale. I think I like how Cindy is thinking. There may also be a sale. It may not mean to be an immediate kind of thing. It's not urgent. It's something that you can plan and easily extract. Simone, I know you are rich. How many? You just got monetized the other day. You should be having the threshold to buy the Shure. The Shure bike. All that suffering I see you doing at night on YouTube, you can't be poor. You can't be poor. Bite. There'll be no crying later. It's going to pay for itself. Good sound, good videos. The threshold is going to continue accumulating. It's going to continue accumulating. Let's see. We've talked about music. We've talked about gear. Let me see. Let's talk about, for this is normally, I think, a question I ask everybody, and don't worry, I'm getting to the tail end of the conversation. And if there's one thing, David, that improved your workflow as a content creator, because yes, you're gear savvy, at least you've been investing in these kind of things. What is that one tool that genuinely just improved how you work? And the tool can also be that, and maybe you can also tell us about a tool that told you that more gear is not always the answer. It can be something, because I'm sure you've had moments where, like, I just needed light. I did not need anything very complex. Yeah.
Yeah, no. This one is interesting. So right now you're looking at the camera I started out with. It's a webcam. This is...
Wow, David, what is this? What am I looking at?
This is the camera that I first started with. It's a webcam.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think... Oh my goodness. I can't try to remember what the brand. It's a no-name brand on Amazon. I was looking for a Logitech C920. And they didn't have them during the pandemic. You couldn't find them because everybody wanted them.
Oh yeah, these ones that you just clip on your, I think,
clip on the top of the screen. So yeah. If I were to go back to this guy,
I think it's this
one right. This one I'm pointing to right here.
Wait, David, I think I have one here. Let me see if I can. Normally when I don't charge my camera, that's what I normally like use.
Right.
This, is it the same thing? I think it is the same thing. Like, let me see if I can.
No, mine is different.
Oh, this. But you clip it on top of the laptop.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So mine is not. And it has, it has a microphone, and you could use that if you want to, but no. Nobody needs to see that. So this is this one right here. So when I switch to it, this is the picture that I get out of it.
Oof.
I can make this a little clearer, but the lighting is not very bright in this space.
It's not so bad though. It's better than the.
It'll work, right?
Yeah.
It'll work. And so I'm grateful that I have it. Here's another one that I have is the link.
Oh wow, look at that difference. Like I just that's a total upgrade right there.
Right. So this is the Insta 360 link, which is a webcam camera that has a gimbal similar to this one, because I can make this turn as I go along, right? And so these are more like cameras that you can use. So if I don't have my main camera, which is the Sony A6600, it's still, and I think I have the 50 millimeter lens, the 30 millimeter lens on it. I'm still able to tell the story. So now,
I like how when you move from the other camera and then to this, it's such an upgrade. Like it's so different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now going through the different ones, it helps to show you that, okay, you can get better. That I don't have my, could I hook my phone in? Let me see. Where's my phone? I'm gonna get this one here. Let me see. Oh, I'm trying to get my phone. Not
You
connected.
remind me of, you remind me of like when I used to use my laptop camera for the live streams back in the day, and now it was so blurry
Yeah,
and
no,
it's,
this is better. What you're
yeah,
using now, it's better because it doesn't distract from from the video quality,
yeah.
and so that having that you're just and people have come to expect it now. They see it, they're like, oh, okay. Unless you're traveling, right? And you,
Let me tell you, I dread doing live streams on any like if I don't charge the camera, I'd rather push the live stream time because when I look at myself, David, on a laptop, and then I see myself with the I'm like, nope, guys, I cannot afford to look poor. It's not happening. It's not
no,
happening.
but I mean, I think what I've come to figure out is like, hey, it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
right? If they can still hear you, you can still, tell the
The sound,
story
yeah,
for you.
the sound always, yeah, you get away with the sound. And I guess also it's easy to actually turn off the camera and you can still keep people on a chat,
Yeah.
even with the camera off because
Even
they hear you very well. Communication is happening.
yeah.
Yeah. So
It's not connecting my phone. Man, this Mac is anti-Android.
such that's such an icon people think to say. It's such a Macintosh privilege thing to say.
No.
Anyway, I think I love this conversation around gear, and I hope guys you picked something from it. So the tools. I like how you gave us.
Tools matter, but it only matters if it helps you tell a better story.
Mhm.
That's the main thing that I'm coming at it with. I don't know if that resonates with anybody, but that has helped me be like, oh, yeah, I don't really need. I really want, and I will use the new gear. Don't get me wrong, but I really just want it. Right.
David, as we wrap up the Sunday service conversation, I'm oblivious of the time as well. As we step into the new year, 2026, and you've been the final guest of the Sunday service, what does grace ask of us, especially from us? You're one person, you're always very inspiring, and you've been doing this amazing series where you're tackling different topics, be it confidence, stepping into your power, and whatnot. What does grace ask of us as we get into the year 2026, especially from the lens of us as content creators? And what does grit require from us? And sometimes I know they always say greatness requires internal toughness sometimes in order for you to be able to propel yourself into the next, into your next big, into your next big win. So talk to us about this, and then we'll probably get into the final question, and then maybe we'll see whether there's a time to get a song performance in there. Cindy Sue has been waiting for like a song.
Sure. You know what? I think one of the things that as I was thinking about this, I wrote down some stuff, and some of the things I've shared. You know, I have a thing that says that quality matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like tell stories that matter. So your story makes the difference for someone else. You tell that story. You create spaces of inclusion, communities of inclusion, communities of acceptance and grace.
Mm-hmm.
And as you tell your story and make the difference is like it helps to create impact. So the thing about YouTube in particular and content creation in general is people use metrics, the data, the analytics, like views, subscribers, watch time. Those are all of the things that help to matter for your, let's say, reaching threshold and all of the things. But as much as that's great, I think being able to have an impact and measuring that, how do you measure impact? That's harder. As people comment on the vids, like, man, this video really helped me. It's like, wow, thank you for sharing. I didn't know I needed this until it's like, oh wow, this is such a calming space, and I'm able to relax here and not be stressed. Your video was the one thing that really turned my life around. I found peace. And I really wanted to say thank you. Your Shavasana, what is that?
Shavasana.
Shavasana video. Oh man, that made me, yoga is maybe not as hard as I thought it was. That really blessed me. And really and truly, Goga, you have really been an inspiration for me. And I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the community. They're not here. Ragas was here earlier. Maybe he can come back and say it again, but you have been an inspiration, and you have done these things, telling stories that matter. You've created this space of inclusion here on the Sunday service and even on class on Wednesdays. And your investment in yourself has paid off because the quality of what you produce has been even greater than when you first started. You look at the 5 years from when you started to now, and you can see the difference. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And the impact is sometimes something, as I say, you can't measure. How do you measure impact? You can't. They're anecdotal. And what I mean by that is that each person is impacted differently. Yes, maybe there may be some that are very similar in terms of the impact they feel when they encounter your videos and live streams, but each person's impact is felt differently. And so I just wanted, on behalf of the community, I'm thanking you for all of it, but just wanted to say that as we look at 2026, I want to be a greater reflection of the grace that I have received than I was in 20. There were things in 2026 that 2025 that I held back that I really didn't share. And so I wanted to be able to tell better stories. And so I've actually invested in a mastermind that will help me tell better stories, that with a coach that pushes me. Coaching is very important. You look at Messi, you look at Pele back in his time, you look at Maradona from Argentina, who plays soccer or football, real football. You look at Tom Brady with the New England Patriots here in the US. You look at, even now the Patriots just finished beating up on the Jets. Drake May, they all had coaches, personal coaches, as well as team coaches. They may have had a health coach, may have had an exercise coach, all of so that they didn't have to focus on doing so they could really focus on doing the thing that made them great, right? Because they had the coaches helping them hone their craft and do it. So get coaching, I encourage you, I implore you, get coaching, invest. If this is something that you want to do, you invest in it. Like Goga invested in a camera. I encourage you to make the sound investment, invest in a microphone that you can use, yes, with your live stream hooked up to your laptop, but you could also hook it up to your phone so you could get a better audio quality if you're recording a video. You know, make an investment in lighting. Yes, you can use a ring light. If you want to use the ring light so that it doesn't show up in your eyes, raise it up and put it to the side and then angle it down. This is for the people with glasses. Raise it up, put it to the side, and angle it down. So it's like, see like how my light is? It's up at an angle 45 degrees. So it's not right in front of me. See where the camera is right, but it's off to the side. So that as I look to the camera, the light is bouncing off and going down. So you don't see, well, of course, you're looking at the side of my head right now, but you don't see the light. Yes, you may even see the light of the reflection off of StreamYard, because StreamYard is white. So I get that bouncing off of my screen. But as I look to you here, right, you're not seeing the light unless I raise my eye up like that.
It's like, oh yeah, because then now you see the reflection. And but anyway, that would be weird because you'll not be looking up there.
Right, because I'm not looking up like this all the time. If I were to take my glasses off, then you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Right?
Yeah.
So, but then now I can't read any of the things. I can't read. What is that?
G-pop.
Jaden, LOL.
No, Jaden is just like saying, this is the longest Sunday service ever.
No, it has not the longest Sunday service. It's not the longest. It's not the longest.
Looks great. I like that idea of, for me, I also put my light like above the camera and then I push it to the side because I noticed that the camera is also very light sensitive and you don't need a lot of light anyway. It will still pick it up, and I think it works for me perfectly. The final question, and this is a final serious question. Has your healing journey, and you're going to laugh at this because I know you've been waiting, has your healing journey softened your stance on Okra, or is that still a firm no?
I have been waiting for this question.
I know, I like how you're very serious. You're expecting a very strong, serious question. Then you're like, I had to save it, but I had to ask it in my own way, David. I was not going to ask it like the way you want it.
Oh, man. Gogo, you're amazing. You're amazing.
Yeah, it had to come out that way. So because that was the best way to ask it when you least expect it.
Oh, my healing journey has not softened my stance on Okra. No, it's still a firm, still a firm. You knew the answer to this question. Oh man, you know. Oh, you get points for creativity. That's for sure. You get points for creativity. You know, and I think
this is what we typed on the chat earlier because you literally wrote this chat down there. It's like, Goga, ask the co-host this question. You're busy like asking, how do you come to the Sunday service and you're busy asking your own questions? He's like, can you ask the co-host, how has freedom from Okra helped you? No. You have to link it back to the conversation around grace.
Yes, sir. Grit and growth. That's actually great alliteration. Grace, grit, and growth. And you know, I think that I've learned that, you know, Okra won't kill me. Is one of the things, you know, it won't kill me. And actually there are health benefits for it. It's just I can't eat it. That's just the bottom line.
But
It's bottom line.
on
But I
on behalf of the community, I just want to say thank you for eating that okra. I'm going to like replay that clip because I saved it. I made sure I saved it for this day, and I made sure that we have to end the year when people, you can live to tell, guys. David, and that I did a shot on it, and it did very well. So I'm just going to open this. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick. To those of you who missed this moment, this was when David got monetized, and David had been running his mouth at the Sunday service every single Sunday. That, guys, I'm going to eat okra when you get me on my WH. I'm going to eat okra when you get me on my watch out, because he was thinking it's not going to happen anytime soon. Let me tell you, the day it happened, I go to his live stream, and he's like, Goga, why are you here? Goga, you're supposed to be at work. Goga, why are you on my live stream? It's during the day you're supposed to be in the office. Aren't you supposed to be going for some meeting? All of a sudden, he was so invested in my time because he knew, I'd come to collect the promises that had been made. And indeed, the promises were collected. And that is why the man got into trouble and had to go and eat okra live. This is what went down.
we don't hear it.
Look at his face. Let me see if I can increase the volume. Look at his face. Priceless.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why?
Wait, did it show?
We heard it. Once you increase the volume.
Okay, good. That is what went down when Mr. Hunt got monetized. For me, it was the sound, and then he decided to eat okra with his crunchy, fancy mic. We got the full ASMR effect.
Oh man! Wow.
The debt had been paid. The debt had been settled. I was very happy. I had no further ask of him when it came to the okra, because he met his promise to the community, because he promised that he would eat okra live at the Sunday service when he gets monetized, and he did. And I made sure that I made it a shot that remains goated forever.
Oh man! Well, I want to say, it has been really, really awesome to be here. I'm not going to take the record for longest.
You kind of broke. You don't worry. You're kind of just, you're there. You're almost there. You're already like breaking.
Well, I think for the first hour, I was not there, so I can't really claim this being the longest. We'll keep Miss Royal for that.
Caris.
Yeah. She's going to claim that crown, and
David, you're not signing off yet. Rapid fire before you leave. This was just to make sure that we captured everything, and in case there's anything that we forgot, it can come out here. So the quick fire and the rapid fire questions that you don't need to explain. Number 1, piano warm up or silent prayer? Which one comes first?
Silent prayer.
Ooh, okay. 1 word to describe your year 2025. Just one.
Oh man, there's so many. Gratitude.
Gratitude. Okay. Wow. Perfect. Early morning practice or late night creativity?
Late night creativity.
David, but you wake up at 6 in the morning to play the piano.
Well, I think I'm not a morning person. So on the days that I am not live, I may or may not sleep in a little bit.
Oh, okay. right. Um,
Yeah.
watch. This is going to. I don't think I should be using this as an example, but you'll get the context. Worship music or instrumental focus? Gun to your head.
Worship music.
Okay, you love worship here.
Yeah,
You
worship
always
music.
get into the
Absolutely.
overflow there. Um, a song that never fails to reset your spirit, and that means.
Goodness of God, believe it or not. Goodness of
Oh,
God.
I love that song. I love
Yeah,
that song.
goodness of God. And Gratitude too by Brandon Lake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harder discipline, consistency or vulnerability?
Ooh, that's tough.
You know, this is
Um,
even I could not like I struggle to answer this.
man. Harder discipline.
Consistency or vulnerability?
If you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have said vulnerability.
Okay.
But since I've broken through that wall,
Mm.
So it's like, vulnerability. I've pretty much done all my businesses out there. So, so I'd
Consistency.
say consistency at this point. Yeah.
Okay. One habit that changed your life the most. Just one. It could have been even eating on okra.
One habit that changed my life the most. Beginning the day with prayer,
Oh wow.
reflection. I think, okay, so let me just real quick. When I talk about the prayer, it's not necessarily just asking God for stuff, but being in his presence and renewing my mind to what my identity is.
Mhm.
So that's kind of like a space, meditating, I guess probably would be another word for it. Just, meditating on the goodness of God, meditating on what he's done and how he wants me to walk in that upcoming day. Right. So
Okay.
yeah.
Best advice you'd ever give that 23-year-old David who took a flight to Massachusetts?
Wow. Best advice.
94. Yeah.
One of the best advice I can tell him is just to understand who he is. Just to understand who you are and hold on to it and never let go.
Okay.
Right? Because it's only when I fully understood that identity that I was able to move and walk in freedom. I wish I had known that back then.
Yeah.
My life would be not totally different. I mean, I'm glad that I had the experiences that I had, and I am where I am now, but it would have been much farther along and being able to help more people.
Still, I always say, at least as long as you're alive and still there's a purpose.
Yeah.
A gear you swear by or refuse to give up.
I guess my piano, but I mean, if I were to think of a software, I think it would be Ecamm Live.
Okay. I first guess you're going to say your piano, and you rightly pointed it out there. Because in that case, piano becomes gear.
Yeah, no, the piano is part of the kit, and
tool of trade.
But I mean, I could put any piano.
Okay.
Here is just having a piano.
All right.
And so I mean, this particular one has been amazing and instrumental in me, and I love the feel of the piano bed meaning the action. So when I hit the key, how it responds and how hard I have to press to get a particular effect, right? If I want to have a really sensitive sound, soft touch, it responds well. So I'm grateful for the Casio CDP S360.
I love how you name drop the names of this thing. It's like
Yeah.
the specificity in them. Coffee, tea, or just the anointing?
Tea.
Oh, wow. David, you're a tea person. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, no, green tea in particular. I love green tea in all its variations. So my daughter gave me a lemon green tea with lemon. Oh, no, not lemon.
Lemongrass.
No. This one is like peach or some. I forget exactly which one, but it's like a fruitier flavor than what I normally go for.
Oh, wow.
So I usually like mint, green tea with mint. That's my favorite tea. I do drink coffee, usually cold brew with
Ooh. Okay, cool.
with salted caramel or vanilla. More of an iced espresso kind of a guy, but because I really don't like the taste of coffee, so you have to spice it up for me to want to drink it. Yeah, so
Quiet time alone or honest conversation with a trusted friend?
oh man, I like both of those.
Maybe because of the coach thing, I knew you're going to like conflicted.
Yeah, I know, but I think honest conversation with a trusted friend. Yeah, like I love talking to my wife, and I think I mentioned to you a mentor of mine stopped by, and he had actually been here all week, so I saw him on Friday, and when he stopped by the church today, and so we were able to just have that time. On Friday, we spoke a little bit, and we were able to reconnect with some of our professors, but even like in the car driving him around was awesome. But the reason I was late today is because I couldn't just leave the service as soon as it was over. It was like, oh hey.
Sunday service.
Sunday service.
All right. One word that you are carrying into 2026.
Presence.
Ooh, wow, that's powerful. Presence.
Yeah. I think it's one of the things that, remember I told you the story of the farmer and the banker, right?
Yes.
Being able to spend time with family.
Yeah.
And you could only pour into the cup adjacent to you when you're in the room. You cannot pour into that cup next to you if you're across town.
I love that.
Or even in the next room. Right? You could only pour into a cup when you're in the room, in the same space. So presence it's like my granddaughter. I cannot hold her if I'm not present in the room. And say, how will she know G-pop if I'm not present? I'm not able to give her a bottle or change her diaper.
I love that.
Well, the changing the diaper, probably we can have someone else do that part. I'm just kidding.
I I hope
Presence. Presence.
Daisy, I hope you're listening to your grandpa here in this case, abandoning the diaper duties, and to settle this, once and for all once again. This okra, is it food or a spiritual test for you?
It's food. It's not a spiritual test.
I have to find,
You're trying hard. I
I have
give
to
you
find
A for credit.
angles. I have to find angles just to make sure that
You win. You win. I give you points for just for creativity. Oh,
I did not get an answer. David, you did not say the answer. Is
it's
okra?
food. It's not a spiritual test. I said that.
That is settled. A few comments here, then we can have you do for us a song, and then you can sign out. Then we can release you. The Word of Ruggers says, David Hunt, if you do church music, we should talk. I play DJ sets with Gospel House and also producing myself. Maybe we can create a hallelujah moment together.
Absolutely. Let's talk about it.
Yes,
Sure.
the World of Ruggers, I think that's a great collaboration. And he says he's going to send you a shirt which will say, I do church sounds for miracles, ask Jesus. So, and this is, Ruggers is capable of this. So I think he's going to actually follow through with this. So, and he asked you, I think, one last question there before I lost. Oh, wait, before let me highlight Kanini's comment. I loved Hunt more when he sang to Misha Bless on her engagement when Red's Room raided us there. So she just remembered that moment, right there, and say that, let me give you your flowers on that. And then Kevinish is waiting for your medley. Kevinish says, Goga, this is the second time I have had the pleasure of witnessing David medley. The other one was on September 11th. Again, mesmerizing.
Wow.
Mesmerizing. Thank you,
Thank you, Kevinish.
David Hunt. Thank you, David Hunt. And she said, Goga, awesome end of year guest and live stream. I'm supporting other channels and laptop, but you all kept me here 4 hours later. So that's a lot, and we thank you for that. And then the World of Ruggers says, David, were you in general up to try an intercontinental project for a gospel house track? Piano will be an essential part on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think this is an amazing collaboration that I would want to see how it materializes, and I think that will be something worth waiting for. So, guys, without further ado, I know you guys are laughing on the chat, and if you are not yet connected to David Hunt, David does live streams every Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So that's when you can meet him at the American time. Confuses me a lot. I just know it's normally 6 in the morning for him, which is normally like lunchtime here.
2 p.m. for you, Gogo.
Yeah, 2 p.m. for me in East Africa. So you can Google my time, 2 p.m., or you can Google 6 a.m. Eastern, and then you'll figure. Is it Eastern, right?
Eastern time, yeah.
Yeah, you can Google 6 a.m. Eastern. He goes live when Red's Room, because Red's Room always selects you when he wants to raid a day before. so that when he goes to work, he does not have to set up the raid. So you always disappoint Red's Room anytime you don't go live, because you end up messing up his raid plan. And he gets so agitated. He's like, now why is David had not started? Goga, has David had started his live stream? Why has David had not started his live? It becomes like a whole thing, because it's going to crash a flight, and it becomes very dramatic. And David, just as a capable moderator, has already given us the raid command, Goga and Hunt raid. I'm going to see, as David does his song performance, I'm going to see how we are going, who we are going to raid and bring a smile to their face. David, it's been good, and I just want to say thank you so much for creating the time for you to just wrap up this conversation for us. This is the final Sunday service of 2025, and I couldn't have asked for a better co-host. And I think, thank you for your time. Thank you for your gift of community. Congratulations on your achievements in the year 2025. And I like what you say, to more presence in the as we get into 2026. That said, due to public demand, everybody's demanding for a song. So I'm just going to pause my music, and that gives me time to go look for the right destination. And then we'll once David finishes his performance, of course, he will sign out. He will do an outro, and then once we release him, I'll do the affirmation for the end of the year, and then we will let you guys go and surprise somebody on the raid. Right, over to you, Mr. Hunt.
Yes, sir. I am going to say thank you in advance. Let's put something on here. I actually did not prepare, but I think I know what I'm gonna.
Just laughing at no Kevnish. Kevnish, we don't want drama with the co-host. Goga and Okra read.
Actually, I put that in there before. I think that's why she
Oh,
grabbed it.
Goga
Why
and
they
Okra
grabbed
read.
it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The source is live. Okay, fine. Jaden, I will check. Let me just check real quick. The source.
Hang on one second, Goga. I wanted to test something because I forgot to check it beforehand, audio wise. No, I don't have stereo audio.
What do you mean you don't have audio? We can hear you.
Okay, could you hear me still? Yeah?
Yes.
Is the music different or the same?
Sounds good. Like your live stream.
Okay. I renounce the lie. Yeah. Just give me a second. Ooh, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. I renounce the lie that I don't measure up. I renounce the lie I'm unworthy of your love. And when shame comes knocking, fear starts talking, I will lift my hands in your presence. You remind me who I am. I am adopted. I am beloved. It's my inheritance. I'm a child of God. So when the liar starts mouthing off, I sing in confidence my adoption song. Oh, you are my family, where I belong. I sing in confidence my adoption song. Nothing's gonna take it away. I carry your name, I carry your name. Nothing's gonna take it away. I carry your name, carry your name. I am adopted, I am beloved. It's my inheritance. I'm a child of God. So when the lion starts mouthing off, I sing in confidence my adoption song. I sing in confidence my adoption song. I sing in confidence my adoption song. Did you ever know that you're my hero? The thing I wish I could be. I could fly higher than an eagle. You are the wind beneath my wings. You are the wind beneath. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on. You find the strength inside, and you know you can survive. When you feel all hope is gone, look inside and be strong. You'll finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. I am adopted. Thank you, God. It's my inheritance. I'm a child of God. So when the liar starts mouthing off, I sing in confidence my adoption song. Oh, that's what friends are for. In good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. That's what friends are for. So when the lion starts moving off, I sing in confidence by adoption song. My name is David Hunte. I am minstrel, creator, friend, husband, father, G-pop. And I want to wish you a happy new year. When you go into 2026, bring all of the wisdom and the grace and the grit and the growth with you, and amazing things will happen. And thank you for this opportunity, Goga, and for just being an awesome friend. Blessings to each and every one. Take care.